Beth, what one quality have supported you when building this program related to the vision?
I think I don't know. I think the I really feel big responsibility. So I represent a really big club, a huge history, and I feel that I have to try to be excellent. We are proud to be part of this
100%. Now, just relating to your role now, if there's other
important conference. So
people watching you and learning from your
our project
behind you, there's a great phrase, always innovating. So I just want to go back in time with the
Non ho un'idea cosa devo fare. Kalimera. Whenever we can, if we can take our seats, please, we'll get started very shortly. Kalimera. Marios. Yeah. Hang on. Just a couple minutes. If we can just take our seats, please. We'll get underway very, very shortly.
Welcome, everyone, to the second day of the 5th Athens Women's Football Summit. It's an incredible pleasure to have you all with us. Yesterday, those of you who were able to join us at the going out last night, you got to see firsthand, once again, what you see here is that this is the bringing together of not only top professionals around the beautiful game, but also people who really know how to connect, communicate, and we create a beautiful family here, an international family that spans the world. We have a great show going on in just a moment, so let me turn it over to Adriano Del Monte, and thank you once again. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Marios. Kalimera again to everyone. Great to see you all again. Many people are asking me how I'm doing today. I'm doing very well. I hope you are all very well as well. Marios, Agisios, as always, a wonderful day one to start, but we are very excited for an even better day two. We have a lot to come. Ed will be very busy this morning, so let's get straight into it, Ed, because you are taking care of the first panel here, Club Identity and Marketing in Women's Football. We will take a very short break after this first panel, just have to make a few adjustments. But Ed and team, if you'd like to join. So we have Ed, who will be moderating. We have Amanda from Legia Ladies, Zoe from Brighton Hove Albion, and Lee from Aston Villa. Ed, take it away.
Amazing. It's so good to be back, and I've been looking forward to this one. Certainly from day one, where we had a lot about data, but today's about clubs. You know, we need good women's football programs to grow the game. And later on, we'll be talking about the player's voice, which I'm involved in as well. But for this panel, where I'm really excited is we've got different perspectives from different women's football programs around the world. So we've got Elizabeth from AC Milan, where we've got, I did a 17-minute interview. The full interview will be on YouTube later in the week, but we're going to have some great clips. And then we've got Zoe from Brighton, Amanda from Liga Ladies, and then Lee from Aston Villa. So just to give a bit of structure, because this could be an hour, which Zoe would love. but unfortunately we can only have 40 minutes. So part one, we're going to be talking about club identity, and what does that really mean? Because let's be honest, when we think of football, and some of the teams in the panel, we do think straight away men's football, but actually we need to change the narrative that there's a women's team and a male's team within one club organisation. And of course, some have their own franchise depending around the world. The second part will be talking about innovation from a marketing standpoint, from a fan engagement standpoint as well, and then the final is growth, and how is growth defined with regards to these women's football programs. So to get the ball rolling, we've got a little video from Elizabeth from the first start of our interview we done last week.
We are proud to be part of this important conference. So our project born in season 2018-2019, and when we start, the women's soccer was considered amateur soccer in Italy. But as a club, we decided to invest for put player in the safe environment, and we invest for guarantee them the social contribution, also where was not mandatory, and that means a lot for us, because from the first day we always consider women's player as professional. Then as a league we became professional just 2 seasons ago, and that was a big step forward for all Italian women's soccer. And so we really feel that we are inside the path of growth right now, and things are going really fast. As a club, many clubs in Italy decided to invest a lot for achieve results as soon as possible with the first team. We decided to invest in 2 ways. So we know that as AC Milan, we must be competitive. Why? We represent a huge club with a big history, many results, and we have to. I always share with the player that our jersey is heavy. Also, if the history on women's sector is not so long, but we have to represent the values of the club, the identity of the club, the history of the club. So try to build a credible path. So we invest a lot in the youth sector, in our academy. We invest a lot for try to give to the players an opportunity, and we invest also in some special project like maternity policy that we launch this year. We have to achieve more results in the future. We feel that we are in the right path right now. Last year we won the league with our under 19. We want to be competitive in under 19 league also this year. And then 5 players moved from our academy to the first team. So was a big step. Right now we have to give them the opportunity to grow and be involved with the first team, and then step by step we really feel that we can have bigger results in the future.
Amazing. So I'm going to bring this into a conversation. The one part on that I really enjoyed is the history. And I'm going to start with you, Lee, with Aston Villa, the history of the club. How have you found that side relating to Elizabeth with bringing a women's football program with such the heavy history from a men's perspective of the game?
Yeah, I think it's important that you do create your own identity. And I think as a club, we've been cognizant of that for a couple of different reasons. One being we don't want to be seen as an extension of the football club or the men's program. We're part of the club, but we have our own identity within the football club. That allows us in terms of the audience, it's not exclusively the same, so it allows us to market to the audience differently than what we would do in the men's program. If the men put out a link on social media that said, tickets available for a game on Sunday, it'd sell out overnight, no problem. clicking on the link, that's all they need to do. From a women's perspective, it's a little bit different. If we did that exact same model as what the men would do, it'd probably take us a week or more to get 10% of what the men would get. So having our own identity allows us to market a little bit different, be a little bit more creative than what we can do on the men's side. And I think the other important part for us is something that we're just starting now. We've unbundled our main sponsorship assets from the men's. Typically, we've had same front of shirt, everything else has been bundled in as part of a package. This year, we've unbundled it. We believe we have our own value. We believe there are brands out there that see the value in women's football now. We believe with the broadcast deals, the data that's now coming into the game, I think sponsors can see there's a return on their investment. So for us to be able to have our own identity allows us then to go out and really be specific about what partners we want, what value we can get, and how those partners can help us grow as a football club, keep growing our own identity, within the remit of Aston Villa, of course, yeah. But allow us to keep on our journey with specific partners. An example, one former club I worked at, they had a pharmaceutical headquarters literally on their doorstep. For 12 years, the men tried to get into that pharmaceutical company, and with no success. The women's program that we built there started to get a lot of traction. Suddenly that company became interested, and they're only interested in having a conversation and sitting at the table if it was to do with the women's program, not the men's program. So I think having your own identity as a women's program allows you to open a lot more doors to be able to grow.
Zoe, I'm going to pivot to you. Could you just share your perspective at Brighton with regards to the history of AC Milan and Aston Villa, but from your perspective at Brighton as well, please?
Yeah, I think in general, the growth of the women's game, it's important we recognise the history of where it's come from, and I think at Brighton we've got a significant history in the women's game of where we've come from and where we've developed to now, but I think as the game professionalises, it's becoming more important to have our own club identity. The brand of Brighton and Hove Albion, I think it's quite known in the public, is that we're a club that prides ourselves on our brand. That's really important to us in everything that we do, and the women's team's no different to that. We always say to, whether it be our girls' academy or whether it be our women's first team players, everything you do's got a Brighton badge on it, and everyone that comes back and looks at our brand in whether that be our product on the pitch, whether that be off the pitch, whether it be at events like this. And that's so important to us, is that we make sure that that's at the forefront of everything that we do.
Amanda, how about your perspective? Because I'm really curious on the logo, for example, at League of Ladies. How significant is that from an identity standpoint?
Well, I think in the case of Legia, and here we talk about Aston Villa, AC Milan, Brighton and Hove, those are powerhouses of football globally. And when we come to a club in Poland, for us it's even more important to take care of our identity, because we are on the beginning of the women's football development. And we need the Legia Warszawa, which is the main team, to start this movement and bring along the other people. So it's kind of like really important to set the right pace on the beginning and go with that. Okay, we're not copying, because most of the clubs in Poland, what they're doing, they are just copying the men's team. They're doing the same graphics, they're doing the same approach, and this fight will never be won, because we are talking about different competition levels. So we are thinking, we just started in January professionalizing the team. What we need to do is to catch the attention of everyone, build this identity, and show that we are proud of our history in Legia, but we are totally different. And we started with the crest, right? So we wanted to still be Legia, and you have the crest of Legia, but then we take the L, and we only use the L with the ladies to make sure that this is us. You can see that is a little bit different. And we also we'll talk more about later, but changing the colors.
Yeah, we'll touch into that now. So just with regards to this session, we've gone through the history side. Now we're going to break down methods of how clubs can do it. So here's a great little clip from the club identity with Elizabeth with AC Milan.
Now, just relating to your role now, if there's other people watching you and learning from your experience, because like you said, it's been a journey. Elizabeth, what one quality has supported you when building this program relating to the vision?
I think, I don't know, I think I really feel a big responsibility. So I represent a really big club, a huge history, and I feel that I have to try to be excellent every time I do something, and so I'm trying to put all my experience, my vision, and what I also learn from my colleagues and from the player. And I really hope that as a club we can give something to that can represent women's soccer all around the world. So we want to be recognized for as a club that really take care about women's soccer.
100%. And now, final question. Like I knew doing my research is 125 years with regards to AC Milan, with regards to its club history. I'm curious, what history change would you like to see evolve within the next 125 years you would like to see with the growth of women's football in AC Milan in particular?
Oh, so that's a great question. So I think that right now, as I told you, we invest for a credible project. Next step, I think also women's soccer have to represent AC Milan in as a result. So we really know that we are working for achieve results, and we are trying to build a path for a great path and a great club for the next generation too. So I really hope that next generation can be involved in our project and can represent our history in the best way. And so we have always to take a look in the past, but also to the future.
100%. Elizabeth, I really am grateful for your time today. Thank you for your contribution with regards to this panel session. And I cannot wait for the day when we meet in person. But with regards to today, thank you very much.
Thanks to you for the opportunity.
Amazing. So with regards to the club identity, I want to touch on one thing, is vision of building the program, because like Elizabeth with the history, I'm going to start with you, Zoe, because when we had a call about the identity of the vision of Brighton, moving forward, did you do an exercise internally of how you want to move that pathway forward to the next generation of football players, but also the program itself?
Yeah, I think I've nearly been at Brighton now for almost two seasons, and when I sort of come in, we was at the bottom of the table, scrapping relegation, and that's probably where the outside perception is that Brighton and Hove Albion in the women's game are at the sort of trying to survive every season, trying to stop getting relegated, and it's what can we do to try and change the outside perception, what can we try and do to attract more world-class players to want to come and play for us. And I think trying to change that perception from the outside has been a real difficult challenge, but I feel like we're starting to sort of see that now, and sort of the brand, globally the brand on the men's team has been growing over the last sort of 2-3 seasons and beyond that. So we're now trying to capitalise off the back of their success, and I think that's where, I think Lee mentioned the importance of having a bit of a separate identity, but I think that's important, but I think it's also important to utilise the success of the men's team. But I think for us it's been a case of, and we'll probably speak about it a little bit further in terms of when we've signed a Fran Kirby and we've signed a Nikita Paris and we've signed Kiko, who's a Japanese international, and we've got a lot of now global exposure, and which has really helped us sort of grow our audience from a digital perspective as well. But I think they've been really key landmarks in terms of us trying to improve our perception from the outside.
Lee, could you just emphasise that point? You mentioned now you're sort of diversifying new sponsors, you mentioned. Is that within a vision plan you've done at Aston Villa with the women's programme?
Yeah, I think the women's game's changed a little bit in terms of it's now, well, at the top end anyway, I know there's still functions at the bottom end, kind of the lower tiers, but at the top end it's no longer seen as kind of like a corporate social responsibility. It's no longer a donation for a women's team. It's now a value and a product that carries a value that you can explore and find the bigger partners. And I think somebody mentioned yesterday, those partners are out there and they're engaged and they're interested in it. So why miss an opportunity in bundling in with the men? Why miss an opportunity with a partner who may be more beneficial to help grow the women's team, to help, whether that's within the community, whether that's globally, nationally? Why miss that opportunity to find that right partner, connect with the women's team, to be able to grow revenues, partnership for a long time? So we're looking for a front of shirt sponsor that's a partner, not just a cash investment. It's a partner that wants to help grow together on field, off field, and how we go about doing things and how we market to everybody and how we put across our brand as well.
I'm going to put you all on the spot now because I know it'll help the live stream. Amanda, what's your definition of a good partner?
Well, I think that I agree 100% with what Lee said. I think in the women's football now we have so many vectors. It's really in our hands as a clubs to grab this white canvas and do it the right way. So when we're thinking about partners, absolutely, they should be the people that understand where you want to get to. And that is a huge potential in there. And there are two aspects of it. There is the athletic performance. So it may matter how much you win, but it may not matter at all, right? So in our case, when we started the partnership with Klarna, which is our main sponsor on the shirt, we were on the third league in Polish league, and they were extremely excited to work solely with Legia ladies. Their contract with Legia Warsaw men came only after.
Wow.
And they wanted to make sure that they invest and they stay with us since the beginning. So that was our first sponsor, and for us was something unexpected on the third league. Come on, like most of the clubs in Extra Liga are still trying to get their first front jersey. So I believe that this sponsorship with Klarna showed in many ways that, okay, we invest in Angel City FC, which is in this global scale, but we invest in Legia Ladies, which is in here, because of what we can do outside of the field. And the second partner that we had now, it's TikTok. So TikTok is our media partner, and they also saw the huge potential because they want to grow the audience in Poland, and they want to tag the Generation Z, and they want to be showing people that women's football matter. So they chose us to be the channel to create content. So they are helping us to create content. They offer their influencers, they offer our players with workshops how to create content, and this is really important for the players to understand their self-image, and they are helping us get the numbers we need to create this audience, right?
We'll talk about the mood board really shortly, but Zoya, I just want your definition of a good partnership relating to your experience.
Yeah, I think it's a brand that and a partnership that's going to sort of, the ambitions are the same, and it's going to help you be successful, and we're also going to help them, our brand's going to help that partnership be successful as well. And I think as a football club, we've probably got a really different sort of commercial strategy to what Aston Villa have. Like, we don't have any sort of just women specific sponsors. We do everything in compass with the men's team. So we're two teams that are competing in the same league, and I'd like to think we're as competitive as each other on the pitch at the moment. And I think we have completely different strategies. So I think our definition of a brand is that we would, and a partnership is someone that we can grow with, and sort of nothing that's ever going to put our brand in jeopardy.
Awesome. Now, getting from a creative standpoint, Amanda, I want you to share like the mood board. Like, what was the vision behind it? Was it an exercise you did this, or like what was the process behind it?
Definitely, it is a process that came from the whole team. So we have very creative people on the board, also working in the office. We worked on this mood board for a couple of months, and it was really a trial and error, but we really wanted to get the product really nice before it went out, especially when you're thinking about the ultras in Poland, when you're thinking about the type of normal supporters of Legia men that didn't accept these colors and this creative process from the beginning, but now they start to understand why we're doing this, because we want from the beginning be identified that we are different. So we still have the Legia colors, which are the green and the red, the white and the black, but we modernized them, we made it more feminine to also give our players a saying, hey, you matter, you're important for us, and we want you to feel comfortable on this color. So basically, we wanted to make a lot of neon to be catchy and to be out there for this younger generation. We also play on the mint shirts, which for supporters from the men's team, they were like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? We should play white top with the black shorts, where the mint comes from. And we're saying it comes from our movement. And you need to understand and you can embrace it. And now for the first time, we were able to sell the jerseys on the Legia main store. Also, we have like every season we have a quote for the season. So our first was Wiosna Kobiet. In Polish, it means the women's spring, because we are blooming, we're starting is the spring, and we're having that on our on everything we do, and also the campaign Ladies First. That we will also I keep going forward, but. I think it's really important to show out there that you're serious about it and there is no coming back, yeah, and you're proud of these new colors.
Lee, would you like to add anything you're doing at Aston Villa with the creativity of that identity? I'm just curious if Aston Villa are doing that.
We're not doing anything that's, again, we want to create in terms of our own marketing, but in terms of the brand, we still want to hold the traditional.
Yeah.
It's a very traditional football club, claret and blue.
Yeah.
You know, we still want to hold that identity of the football club, but we may market a different way than what the football club do.
So we're talking like social media and utilising content creation. That's a bit different,
yeah,
as an example.
I think one of the big, we might jump onto this, but one of the big things that we probably do more than what the men is the player-led content. To be able to, have the players involved, to be able to peel back a layer from the player and see the person.
Yeah.
Thinking that fans become emotionally attached, there might be some relatable things. Oh, she loves listening to Taylor Swift.
Yes.
She likes the same restaurants as I do. There's those emotional connections then. And I think in the women's game, there's not that tribalism that there is in the men's game.
Yeah.
And we may go on to this when Zoe talks about Fran Kirby as well, that the fans tend to follow the player, not so much as following around the football club. So we're quite traditional about what we do in terms of the brand, but we market it in a different way.
Zoe, could you just add your insights? Like, so I saw your body language with regards to Lee of, is it the marketing's the same, or do Brighton like to keep the tradition with regards to the history of the club?
Yeah, I'd say it's a very similar approach to what Lee's just said there in terms of, of course, there's some traditions of the football club which you'll always follow, but then I think you've got to be able to get fans, you have got to market it a completely different way, and obviously we do a lot more fan interaction with I know some of the big clubs in the WSL have come out quite recently and said that they're going to stop sort of that fan interaction after the game for security reasons and for player welfare, and I think that's something that's really important to us as a football club at the moment. It's something that we'll monitor, obviously, because the player safety will always be at the forefront of what we do, but I think we actually like that part of it, where after the game the fans can still come and meet the players, and I think that type of fan interaction, I think how we market our games in terms of whether that be sort of pre-match activities or post-match activities, I think that's still really an important part of what we do, which is obviously a significant difference to the men's game.
Just from a case study standpoint, could you share this, Amanda, what this is all about with Against All Odds?
Yes, of course. So for me it's very important that you know who and what Legia Ladies is and what is the fundamentals of our team. So we were on the 3rd division playing, and it's really hard to advance in the Polish settings. Most of the other leagues in Europe are very developed, and you need to go through this pathway with building your academy and etc. But for us, we saw an opportunity to acquire a license from a club that got bankrupt on the first league. And then step in 2 levels up immediately and take this responsibility. Okay, we're going to start on a higher level. We need to be ready next month, you know. So, so this team that we acquired was in the last place with 0 points. So we only had the spring round to fight to not to be relegated, and then it would be all against, you go up and then you immediately relegated. So we made an investment to have the best players from the region that we had. We invested in, in personal, our lawyer and sports director were having personal conversations with girls from our area and their families. Okay, your girl is coming back home. She's gonna be safe in here in Warsaw, and we invest on them without any superstars, without anything, just to play the game, and we made it. We stayed and we didn't get relegated. So the apex of this performance was when we opened the stadium first time. So the main team stadium was open for us, and we played the match over there, and we came in a partnership with Adidas. So you can see like the famous "You Got This" campaign. They saw on us, again, it's a small club starting in Poland and is getting the eyeballs of these big companies, and we created against all odds. And if you can see a little bit, this O is a little bit of the zero that we started, the 0 points. So it's something that was really important, and we played the match on the stadium, and we started establishing, okay, we will play here more often, right?
Just from another perspective of a case study, so can you talk about like how significant Fran Kirby is coming to Brighton? From like Lee was mentioning, from a character standpoint, you bring in fans who just support her. Like she's one of my favourite players. Well, there's two actually case studies in this presentation who I follow on Instagram. So I was just curious, from how big was that for Brighton this year?
Yeah, it's been huge, and we've been in a transition period now for the last 18 months around. We've got a public vision that's to be a top 4 WSL club, and I think some people might think, oh, they've got no chance. And I think if you met our owner and our board, you'd realise how ambitious they are and how serious they are about us trying to get close towards that top 4, and then obviously getting ourselves in there. And I think we've for the last couple of transfer windows, we've had to have a lot of like overall with the playing squad to try and get closer to where we are. And then this summer, obviously, come the opportunity to sign Fran. And Fran wouldn't have signed for us if she didn't believe in our vision, and she didn't want to come and be a part of the project that we're embarking at this moment. So I think she was the first. Like we signed players last summer, and we signed players in January who was, for us, they were significant landmarks. But I think Fran was the real one to the outside world, where it could really help us shift our perception of, wow, Brighton actually are going to be really serious with this. And it's not just been because we've been able to pay Fran the most money, because that's not been the case at all. Fran wasn't about that. It was about somewhere that she really felt she still had another 20-30% in her career to give, and she felt like it was somewhere where she could really sort of push on with her career as well, and her ambitions matched ours. And I think what Fran did, would we have been able to sign Nikita Paris on transfer deadline day if we hadn't have signed Fran? Probably not. But I think that's why she's been so significant for us, because hopefully she's been able to come in, she's seen we have got world-class facilities, we've got a world-class head coach, we've got some world-class staff now that's in place, and that's been a part of our transition. And now her sort of message to the rest of the players that she's played alongside or played against can be actually, Brighton are here to be taken serious, and they have got some seriously strong ambitions. So yeah, she on the day that she signed, it was a really exciting day for the football club, not only for our fan base, but also for the players and the staff that have been working hard behind the scenes.
Just with another case study with you, Lee, with Rachel Daly, who came from Houston Dash back to Aston Villa. I know she did a loan at West Ham, but how big was that coming back?
That was huge for us at that moment.
Yeah.
At that point, we'd just finished our second season, I think, in the top flight. We were kind of bottom end of the table, kind of lower on attendances, still in a growing phase. The ambition from the owners and the directors at that time is they wanted the women's programme to push on. They backed us in doing that. So we looked at how we can improve the on-field product, but match it with how we improve off-field as well. And we decided to look at our recruitment. Can we recruit players who are going to make a significant difference on the pitch, also bring them some marketing and commercial value off the pitch, and how do we align those together? So Rach was the first one that we looked at to sign. It took us months and months and months. She had multiple offers, as I'm sure you can aware. She was a lioness at that moment in time, very successful in Houston as well. And she believed in what we were telling her. I think that's the important thing about Rach. She wanted a project. She didn't want to go somewhere that was just completely complete. She just walks to the door and everything's there and they win a trophy. She wanted to be part of building something. This credit to Rachel. She wanted to help us get to where we wanted to get to. I think that was important because she knew where we were at that point. She knew where the vision were. And it's always important when we're speaking to players or partners, we clearly explain where the vision is, and it's important that we uphold that. I'm not just a used car salesman selling them something, that I had the integrity to be able to uphold what we're saying. So when Rach signed, we kept it all very confidential. When it was announced on social media, it just went wild. What we actually saw, social media following went up, a lot of American followers. Season ticket sales went up significantly. I think it was 400% they went up over the following year. We saw a lot of season ticket holders purchasing from the USA as well. Again, not necessarily Houston Dash fans or American fans. They were Rachel Daly fans that were emotionally connected to Rachel. Did you buy season tickets?
No, I'm a super fan though.
Yeah, so they're emotionally connected to Rach, and she's a fantastic character, which is great for us because we can use her in different opportunities as well that help us and help the brand and help us grow. But we saw a significant spike. We saw a significant jump. And then we realised I might be onto something here. And the next big one that we did domestically was Jordan Nobbs from Arsenal. She's been at Arsenal for such a long time. Again, signed her, significant jump in following, significant jump in ticket sales. Now, if Jordan's not in the starting 11, all the comments, where's Jordan, where's Jordan, where's Jordan, what's happened to Jordan? Like, everything is around Jordan. So I think it goes back to the point of there's an emotional connection for the fan to the player, and we have to try and align it. How can we get it, that emotional connection to the player and connected to the football club? And how can we keep hold of those fans to the football club? So if Rachel does move on, then how can we hold on to those fans because they're now emotionally connected to Aston Villa Football Club?
Absolutely. Innovation, I want to talk about this now, like thinking outside the box to grow the women's football programme. We've got one more video with Elizabeth. She said I think it's video 3, please.
Behind you, there's a great phrase, always innovating. Just on that point, how are you thinking outside the box from a marketing standpoint to bring new fans to watch the women's team, to build that fan engagement for that side of the club? I'm just really curious.
Yeah, so last year we had another project that we call Match Day, and we are trying to invest also during the match day for example, DJ, track forward, and activity that involve a new generation during the game. What we felt is that the new generation want to be involved in the game. They don't want just to watch the game. So I think that women's soccer can be more attractive also for this part, because after a game is more easier meet a player, and they can spend time together and just shake hands and say something, take a picture. So I think that's something really, really important. And so I think what is important for me that if a person decided to come and watch the game, that will return the next game. So it's not important how many person come, but that they really enjoy and feel comfortable and find something different. So right now, women's soccer represent also pure values, and everyone, and also for us, values as equity, inclusion, diversity, so everyone can feel really involved in the project, and we are proud of this.
Amazing. So I want to bring this in with these amazing group of people. So I'm going to start with you. How you was thinking from an operations standpoint of innovating change within the program, but also getting fans coming to the women's football game to build the buzz. Now with even Frank Kirby coming now and playing.
Yeah, I'm a big believer of that. Your product on the pitch has got to be right first and foremost. No one's going to want to keep coming back, and the fans aren't going to want to keep coming back watching a team that's going to get beat week in, week out. So I think if we take us back to how we feel like we've been innovative, it's been first and foremost was for us to build a world-class training facility so that the foundations and the work environment was right for the players. With that, then you can bring in some better staff, some better coaching staff, bring in a coach that's got sort of a real strong, clear identity of how he wants to play and sort of a Brighton and Hove Albion philosophy, so that the product on the pitch is good. And then bring in the players for him to be able to coach and make better, and obviously be able to implement a style of play on the pitch. Our product on the pitch is better, which then obviously will make our fans come back. Now, we're in a bit of a difficult position of where in order to be able to get fans, we play outside of the city at Brighton and Hove at Crawley, so it's a little bit, we have some operational challenges with that, and that's why we've been quite public in saying that we want to build our own bespoke women's stadium, which will be unique for female athletes, and I think that's where we hope to be the first in the country, if not in the world, which will have a designated stadium which will be solely for the purpose of the women's first team. But it will also have some nuances in terms of the development and how that's built, in terms of it being bespoke to female athletes. Little things that we speak around is that we currently play at Crawley. We've got 22 players sometimes sat in those changing rooms, and there's only one toilet there at half-time. So when you come in the changing rooms at half-time, it's quite difficult for them to all rush through in 15 minutes if they need to go to the toilet. So when we talk about things being unique to a bespoke women's stadium, they're the sort of things we think about. And I think talking about being innovative there, things that we think will put us at the forefront, which will help us attract better players, which will then hopefully help in hand attract more and more fans. So it's quite a long, strong ambition that we've got and a vision there, but hopefully we'll achieve our goal and we'll start getting regular fans of over 10,000 in our own stadium in a couple of seasons to come.
Wow. Lee, could you share your perspective of innovation at Aston Villa and the work you're doing?
Yeah, so for us, it's Elizabeth mentioned it a little bit there in terms of what we're doing on the match day experience. We like to say we don't just sell a ticket, we sell an experience. Mm-hmm. So it's not just what happens in the 90 minutes, it's before, after. So we've really enhanced our match day experiences. We feel like the audience that we're commonly coming to our football games and tend to what we market to are the families. And we might be competing against a night out or a day out at the movie theatre, or they're going bowling, or they're just, walking around the shopping mall or something like that. So we have different areas we have to compete. So how do we make this a family day out in that regard? This year, there's been a significant kind of investment and strategy from the football club, direct from kind of owners and board level, that all women's games are played at the main stadium. So all of our league games will be played at Villa Park. This allows us to enhance our match day experience, both in terms of the hospitality we can offer, what we can do pre-game in activation zones, what we can do post-game. We saw when we played some games last year that the spend per head at the club shop was more than what it would be at a men's game. Food and beverage was higher during a women's game. So for us, it's now building from this. The players obviously love it because it's a fantastic stadium. It's, it feels like home. It's not somebody else's stadium that you're renting for the day. So now it's about us building from this and how we can keep pushing on to be able to do that.
Amazing. Amanda, could I bring you in for two things? Firstly, from the game day experience, and then could you transition into this bit of innovation of clothing range?
Yes, of course. So we are still working in building our community. We are just on the beginning to getting people to know who we are, what we stand for. So we do have also our own challenges, and we are blessed to have one of the best training facilities. So we are fully integrated into Legia Training Center as well with the men's team and the academy. And that's our home field. But the problem and the challenge with that is that it's 30 kilometers away from the city center. So it's difficult to build the fan base for us. So we are trying to attract people for other things rather than just the match. So in the training center, we started making a kids corner, whether, for example, I have a kid and I'm still playing, for the team, so I can, eventually leave my kid in the kids corner while I'm playing, also for the families to have, a little bit of rest. Trying to integrate with the regions around it to bring their supporters, not only the Warsaw supporters, do food trucks and etc. But for us, it's always when we play on the main stadium. It's when absolutely we have more chances to do things, as Lee said. So this Sunday, and I'm already inviting everyone who can come, we are playing the main stadium. And before that, we are doing a debate on Pink October, and we are doing everything around. We are collaborating with partners that, from cupcakes that looks like breast to debate with breast cancer fighters to attract more people that eventually will stay. So making a transition now into what you see here, it's really trying to build this community and showing to the people that we are there for them. So we have two audiences and target groups that we call the Legia ladies. So this is the Gen Z girl like growing up, and she needs an inspiration and who to look up to feel empowered, right? And whether you have on the second, the already developed, mature women, they are looking for something different. Like we all know women consume football differently, and we've been talking that we may not want the hot dogs and the beers, we want something different, we want exclusive merchandising. So what we did is, inspired by our ladies, we created the corner on the store defined for women, and since then, Legia Warsaw has been making collaborations with artists to make exclusive women apparel. So what I'm wearing today, it's one of our like latest collections, and it's to show to women like you can have like a suit and you can have, you know, and it's still Legia, right? And also we made our first campaign with the girls, so you can see us on the back of the bus around the city, and that was the first collection. Those are all our players. They are not models. We use their own players to promote the campaign, and this is really important to show women that they can feel safe. And, you know, not long ago, we only had a cotton shirt option, you know, so yeah, this is really important for us.
Just to wrap up the final part, because I always like to finish with an inspirational question, but also thought, because we always think of like growth, like we mentioned with Elizabeth, it's 125 years AC Milan, and the team was professionally founded in 2018, 2019, so we're very all early on. Lee, how do you approach growth when building the program at Aston Villa? Like, what's the approach internally, and then how do you do those milestones as well?
Yeah, well, we were pretty strategic about it, and Zoe touched on this a little bit earlier. With the investment that we get, we wanted to make sure that we're growing on and off the pitch at the same time. It's no good having all the infrastructure, all the bells and whistles, and everything else if your product on the pitch is not performing and people are not coming. Likewise, it's no good having this unbelievable product and all these international players if you don't have the infrastructure and resources to be able to take care of those players effectively. So for us, we kind of did it, we do year by year. We're investing in what we're doing with our on-field product, but at the same time, we're also building what we're doing off the pitch, both in terms of whether that's the resources in terms of you know, medical departments, training ground infrastructure, how we travel, you know, food, or whether that's we're building out the marketing team, we're building out the commercial team. We're trying to do it step by step so they're both aligned at the same time. And of course, the utopia is we're selling out Villa Park and we're in Champions League. I mean, I'm sure our owners love that, where both teams are in the Champions League and selling out Villa Park, and Aston Villa's a global brand with two different audiences. I mean, that's the utopia. Just got to get there.
Zoe, I love your perspective of growth.
Yes, our perspective is we've got a real clear vision of where we want to be, and it's a vision. We call it 2030, and I think how we achieve our vision is probably really important when it comes to all of our staffing team. And something that we've done recently is everyone can have a vision, but it's the strategy of how you're going to make your vision become a reality. So we spent a period of time of where we involved every single staff member, where they had to feedback what they could contribute to it. And I think probably the key word in helping us achieve our vision is holding all of our staff accountable, and also making them be a part of what we're trying to do in terms of trying to get to our end goal. And as Lee said, I think we've all got somewhere where we'd want to be. We want to be winning major tournaments. We want to be winning major trophies. We want to be winning leagues. We want to be, of course, we want to have our own stadium that's packed out weekly with Brighton fans. But I think the key part of the strategy is the strategy on how we get there. And I think that's making sure that all of our staff are a part of that and are accountable to their role in what they need to play. And
Amanda, finally, your perspective of growth.
Yeah, I think it's, after Lee and Zoe, it's really hard to add something special to the formula, because it's really creating the product, right? I think is that how we started was very fast with everything because of the move from the third to the first league. Yes. So in the beginning, we were okay on a freestyle survival mode. And since June, we have been having many sessions for the 6 months in brainstorming the business strategy and our vision. And we are in the process now of making the material and the product be concrete. I think absolutely you need to start with the standards, providing the good facilities, the good trainings, the good pitch, the good gym, you know, having the players the access to the place that they can really develop. We also provided from the club resources, the medical department, so the physiotherapist, the main doctor, so they are fully integrated to be before and after the training treated. And I think now it's about getting the results on the field while, as Lee said, building this brand, because I think in Poland we are in a bit different situation. It's not about wanting to win the championships or qualify to Champions League. That would be great for us, but it's about educating the whole country
about this team.
About this, and not only about women's football, because what we do is not only for our team to be the best. We need all the other teams to compete with us to make the football be interesting. So we lose so many players like Veronika Rashinevich, like Emilia and Eva Pajor. They went to Barcelona, you know, and they're amazing players that could be playing in Poland and making the league interesting. So I feel like for us, our vision and responsibility is to create this safe place in Poland, right? That everybody grows.
Amazing. I love that last statement with regards to everybody grows. So there we have it. We've got to wrap up with regards to this first session. The next one's player wellbeing, so it transitions so well. So with regards to this session, we looked at having a unique identity, what innovation is important, and then putting in that vision place with regards to growth. So Amanda, Zoe, Lee, it's been a real joy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You can go.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well done. Before we get to the next panel, Ed needs to take a couple of quick photos. A special thank you again to sponsors and everyone involved. Obviously, sponsors doing wonderful things to assist make this wonderful conference happen and wonderful things for the game. We've just heard from clubs there as well. We encourage you all to network and just continue to grow together. And of course, our sponsors this year, Labella Associates, Forza Clubs, Park, the European Broadcast Union, and Primetime Innovative Injury Management Solution. Thank you again so much. And again, great to see everyone here today. We will take, if anyone needs a quick bathroom break, a quick 2-minute pause. So if anyone needs to go, and then Ed will be back up very, very shortly with the next panel. So feel free to take a quick break.
Colin, how many?
That's all.
The middle, perfect, thank you.
That's Prego. Okay. If we can take our seats, please, we will move on. Effective club management and player well-being coming up. Ed, this will have to... Marios doing good work outside?
Yeah.
Or he's doing more networking?
Yeah. Jim.
Guys, we thank you for your help. Marios was telling me to bring everyone in, and now he's gone out. We take our seats, we'll get started. Effective club management and player well-being very shortly. Efaristo Agisios. Thank you, Marios. Thank you, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed that short break. We have a couple of back-to-back panels, case studies coming up now, and then we have another short break, one more panel, and then we have lunch. That is the format for the morning, lunch around 1 p.m. Again, as we said prior to this break, extended thanks to our sponsors, to everyone involved. So great to see everyone here again today. But we will move on because now coming up, effective club management and player well-being. Ed is in charge of everything this morning, and joining him, Evie, performance coach, and Kelly from Lewis FC. Ed, the floor is yours. Prego.
Hope you enjoyed your break. Now, this one I've been personally excited about. Firstly, on a personal note, I've had the privilege of having both of these amazing people on my podcast, and Ashley Plumptre, which today we had beforehand about the clubs, but you can have the great women's football program, but if we don't think about the player, you know, honestly, we cannot have the game which we love and watch, you know, week in, week out. So with regards to today's session, with some themes, the main things we'll be looking at is the player's voice, the team culture. This is from a player perspective and the operations of the sports science team and the manager operations, and then why authenticity is key. And it will come through the conversations through Ashley Plumptre and our conversations here of why this is key from a high-performance standpoint of building a great culture. But to kick things off, here's a video from Ashley Plumptre of who she is, where she plays for. This is video 1. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Ashley Plumptre and I'm a professional football player for the Nigerian women's national team, as well as Al Ittihad women's team in Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, I've been playing with Nigeria since 2021. My decision to join the team came from more of a personal, I guess, a personal drive to know more about my identity, as well as being on a journey with my sister to understand more of my heritage that I kind of never really grew up around. I was lucky enough to have played in an Africa Cup of Nations with them within the last 3 years, and I went to the World Cup as well last year. We qualified for the Olympics this year, but I missed out because I had surgery in April on an Achilles injury, which I've had for a couple of years now. So currently I'm coming back from that. I'm in a position where I'm getting back onto the pitch, and I guess that nicely brings me into some of the things I wanted to talk about, I guess, from a player perspective. I guess from an injury, rehab, medical standpoint. what I've found in my experiences in professional football, and even like I went to university in the United States, and obviously it's very professional over there, but being able to have good, direct, clear, concise communication with medical staff, as well as having a level of, and I think this is really hard in football, but a level of trust where you can build a foundation of, you have to build a good relationship in general in medical teams, but especially when you're working one-on-one with players, in my opinion, and getting to know the player well enough that when they're communicating with you, especially when it's on an understanding and experience of pain, how the physios manage that, how they manage the emotional side, the physical side, and granted, as players, we rely a lot on our own self-motivation to get us going.
Great. I clipped it there because there's more to come. Kelly, I'm going to start with you, because you worked with Ash last season. Could you just give a bit behind the scenes of working with her, and we'll tailor it into the player's voice side of things as well, and why that's crucial in the women's game in general?
Yeah, I mean, one, Ash is an amazing human being, so anyone that needs anyone in women's football to stand up for the right things and talk about the right things, Ash is your woman, not only because she plays at a high level and she's an amazing athlete and footballer, but she is grounded and she plays football not to win championships, although we all want to win a championship. She plays football to change humans' lives, and that is why she went to Saudi Arabia. So I couldn't be more proud of her, and a little bit like that journey that she went on. I mean, we could go on and on, just her as a case study. People over the years using Ashley as a commodity, not taking care of her body, not caring about her as a human being, not ensuring she has a long career, a stable career, a consistent career, not caring about the career and the journey of the human being, just taking advantage, throwing her on the pitch, throwing her on the pitch, throwing her on the pitch, lying to her, telling her she's okay, telling her we got you, telling her we're taking care of your medical, telling her that you are great in our hands. We as the club really care about you. If you just do these exercises, take these drugs, follow this physio, you are fine to play on the weekend. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't for many, many years. But she didn't know because people lied to her. And that is one of the biggest issues in sports in general, men's and women's. We don't care about the human being. And then people don't trust her because no one's done the MRI. No one's done the medical behind the scenes. No one's gotten a clear diagnosis and taken the time to dig through the layers and layers it takes to get a clear diagnosis of a difficult medical situation. So she's been lied to. No one trusts her. She goes into the next environment, can't play. She's judged for it over and over and over. So if there's no better case study, it's Ash, and I couldn't be more proud that on our time last year, we actually stopped the system. We dug into the injury. We figured out what was really causing it. We stopped her from playing. We gave her a break mentally, physically. We helped her get the surgery she needed. We've paused things so she can recover. I hope that we've given her 5 or 10 more years of her career, because everyone in this room, that is why we do this. That is what's important. Your championships don't matter if you've hurt the people in the process. And everyone in this room needs to take responsibility for the human beings of your staff and your players to do the right thing every single moment. And don't get caught up in the money, 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 money. If you're not taking care of the people, your club's going to crumble anyways. And your identity and your culture is going to crumble anyways. So I couldn't be more proud of Ash. I can't be more proud to sit here and see her stand up and talk about her journey, because it's been a horrible one. It's been a horrible one, and she has not been taken care of. That's the truth.
Thank you for
Sorry,
that. No, this is why we're here. And it's even built a friendship with us three, and to get her on board meant a lot to me. Because firstly, we've been doing fitness tests, and Ash beats me all the time, but when we get on conversations, it goes back to our third point. I'm giving you the hint about authenticity. This is the reason why. Evie, I'm going to bring you in about the trust, because you've worked in so many cultures, you've worked with different teams in different continents. Can we just touch on going from the player's voice again of why this is important as well? I know Kelly's touched on it with Ash's perspective, but you in general with the different teams.
Yeah, I think the more I've been to different clubs and different environments, I think a big part of the system, I think the problem with the system is the ego. I think from a practitioner standpoint, and we all have been there, and I think she talks about this stuff. And I've been in a club in international level teams where we started to refine a little bit of our processes and systems in order to protect that player voice and autonomy. And the most important part is to have everyone on board, not only from a sports science perspective, but from a head coach perspective, from a leadership perspective, the people that make the decisions every day, and build an environment that players can thrive. And how that looks like is the brief system. So after camps and it's cool to be able to be on the international level and also in the club level, because I was able to refine my processes so then I could use it in a club level, because it's two completely different worlds.
So what's the difference? And I'm going to give you this question as well, Kelly, so be prepared. So what's the difference, would you say?
Yeah, so international level, you only have 10 days with the player, right? And the clubs are the ones that know more about the player. And if you're a practitioner and you let your ego stand in the way, it's easy to just be very myopic in terms of what you're going to do with the player. And if they, like Ash says, like sometimes people from the club says this is the right thing to do, but it's not even what she knows that is good for her body. So a good case study from a national team perspective is we started doing debrief systems after every camp where the players have the voice. So they tell us exactly what went well, and we created the culture that they were comfortable saying that to us. And from my point of my practitioner lens, I used to have this gym sessions, and I normally would do mandatory gym sessions in the past. And I started making it optional and just starting to look at trends. I started diving into more human behavior and kind of like understanding what are human kind of things that we like and we dislike and stuff like that. So I started to put as optional gym sessions. And I started seeing there's not a lot of people would come to the gym. And as a practitioner, the first thing that I go is like, they think I'm terrible. They think I'm the most awful practitioner ever. But I was in a very good leadership group, and we kind of zoomed out, and we said, okay, players are coming to camp. They're coming from club environments. Most of those players are playing in championship, in first league, Champions League, a variety of different tournaments. They come almost burned out. And you have 10 days, and you're about to play very important games against very important teams. And for us, we started talking about essentialism. So what can we do in our camp? We stripe all the endless meetings, analysis meetings. I was in environments that we had normally 3 video analysis meetings sometimes in a day. We kind of put all to the side. And we realized our girls were not able to have single rooms. And sometimes we don't even think about that, right? But they would have roommates. So then all of a sudden you have 4 or 5 different meetings. You have training sessions. You're ready to play one of the best teams in the world. And you don't have time for yourself because you're always with people. And if you're in this industry, you know how that feels. If you're constantly in meetings, constantly meeting people, and you don't have your own space. We were able to finally get them single rooms, and the shift on that optional gym session completely started changing. So I had 99% of the people coming to the gym without me saying anything to them. It's kind of how, when we talk about behavioral change, we need to really dive deep into how do we create that change. And I think it comes, first of all, the player needs to be motivated. So how do we create the environment that they can be motivated? The second time is opportunity, having the skill sets and having the people, the resources around it. And we were able to see that once we, first of all, gave them time to have mental space for themselves, then they didn't have to think, I have an optional gym and I have a time that I can have 1 hour to myself to speak with my family or to just be. And of course, if I'm me and I'm completely burned out, I'm going to try to get the hour. Gym is important, but it's not as important as my well-being. So then it was quite cool to kind of think about, we listened to them, we designed the environment as a whole where everybody spoke the same language. It's not just me as a sports scientist, the head coach, our logistics people were in the same room talking that, our medical performance, people that are in the top that doesn't necessarily need to be involved in the day-to-day, but they were there and they listened to it and they made everything around possible for that to happen. Because we know that for us to have single rooms and not roommates, there's a lot of money involved, and so that's the importance of bringing everyone in the same room.
Kelly, could you add your thoughts? I saw your body language, but one I want to add on to it is like the importance of listening, like really listening, not like one ear out the other, and actually then put it into practice. I'll just love your thoughts on that, please.
I think it's a massive difference between national team and club, and this is where I think my career has been very helpful because I've gone back and forth and I've straddled it. So every time you get the club environment is chaotic and crazy, and every single day back to back to back to back to back to back. So do your staff, does your leadership have time, care enough, and going to invest their time and energy to have these meetings? Often not.
Yeah.
The amount of times in club where staff is like, I just don't have time for that. Are we done? Can we move on? Like, can we do this meeting in 30 minutes? Can we do this meeting? You want to talk about everyone on your team? You want to care? You want to give them the time, the energy? It takes 3 hours. Like, that's just the truth. Do we have 3 hours every single day to do it? No. So we need to be efficient practitioners. We need to document things. We need to make sure we're having real honest and transparent communication. We need to have plans and progress. Everything needs to be documented, written down, in a system, in a structure. Most clubs in women's football don't have the resources for this. You can barely, everyone's using Google Docs. Maybe an app here, an app there, an app for this, an app for that. Give me an app, you get an app, you get an app, you get an app. You can't. It's so hard in the club system to really, really take care of every single player. But the benefit of the national team system, for 10 days, you have months to prepare, you have weeks to prepare. You are having these conversations step by step between every single camp. You're putting the information in, you're checking on players, everything is being updated, documented, done really, really professional. And often, at the international level, you have the best practitioners. You have a lot of expertise. You have people who've been through the journey. You go to the club level, if you don't have the resources, you might be starting with someone straight out of university who you're asking to be an elite sports scientist making really difficult decisions, but they don't know what they're doing. So the complication between being an elite professional women's national team environment in 2024 versus even 15 years ago to be in a club environment who maybe you're an independent club, maybe you're not. Maybe you're at one of the biggest men's clubs in the world, but you're not independent. You don't get to make your own decisions. You don't get to hire your own staff. This guy's been working with the U14 boys. Here you go. He'll be great for your women's team. Like, still, decisions are being made not about the expertise of female athletes, the expertise of the women's game, the unique identity and culture of the women's game. We're still not doing that because resources, it's easier to do this. He's been here a long time and he's not really that good, so we'll move him over to that side. Like, the amount of times that happens for the women's game, it's like, this happened last year to me. We don't really want this team doctor on our men's side, so here you go, women. And we're like, we don't want him. He's misdiagnosing a million things on the men's side. Don't give him to me. I don't want him on my side. I want someone who's going to come in, care about my women, properly diagnose, go through the processes, ensure that our environment is the most professional it can be. And I think that's one of the big challenges between national team and clubs who are now trying to professionalize in 2 years when professionalization of the women's game is a marathon. We need to stop sprinting the marathon. We need to go step by step. I love the fact of having the criteria, but like, it's a journey. Let's go on it together, and let's bring all the clubs and all the practitioners and all the expertise together and say, in 7 years, we're going to be in a much better place. If we race now, in 7 years, it's going to start to crumble. Look at the USA. Look at what's happened with the professional game over there. It crumbled 3 times before it found stability. Like, the world, listen. Do not race the marathon. Do not sprint the marathon. You will just crumble. And all of your practitioners and people will struggle on the journey. So Let's do it right. Let's do it well. Let's do it together. Let's educate each other and go on this journey. Players will be better and practitioners will be better. Because so many times the leaders in organizations don't protect these people. They're worried about their job. They're worried about their next, and they put these guys under so much pressure, and people crumble under it. And we just all, in this room, if you take anything from this, like, let's educate and move through this journey together. Let's not try to race to become the best and win this and win that. It's not going to benefit. It's not going to benefit the human beings that you're dealing with every single day.
And I assume also building the foundation of the team culture, but foundation of the whole infrastructure for facilities and so on and so forth. Lead to the next one so naturally. Could I have the second video, please, about team culture from Ash's perspective? Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Ashley Plumpter and I'm a professional football player for the Nigerian women's national. Hi guys, my name is Ashley Plumpter and I'm a professional football player for the Nigerian women's national team, as well as Al Ittihad women's team in Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, I've been playing with Nigeria since 2021.
Guys, this isn't video
My decision to...
It's in the Dropbox, video 2.
Hi guys, my name is Ashley Plumpter and
those two.
I'm
All right.
professional.
Don't worry. All right. What we'll do is we'll talk about team culture in general now, because I remember what Ash was talking about. She was talking about when she joined the team. Can I give a little bit behind the scenes? When she joined you, she was offered captain, from my understanding. It was in the podcast. So, but she sort of declined it. But she's been part of the leadership group, and in that video clip, she shared that when she's coming back from injury, she's been around the team, not playing, but it's having an influence around the players around her and this new role. And I'm bringing this up, Kelly, because you worked with her, and you said it's important to have that break. In a player's perspective, having that break is I'm on my own, I'm training on my own, because she was training in Dubai. But now she's back, she's actually got a new identity and freshness. Can we bring this up of leadership, but also the power of a break with the right nurturing and care? And even if that you left, you're still providing care, what you do.
Well, there's a couple things. One, captaincy is such a difficult thing for, I think, clubs. And oftentimes, well, my situation was I was being told by a director of football, this should be your captain. And a week later, I was told by the director of football, oh, she needs to be your captain, somebody different. Oh, and a week later, I was told, no, this third person needs to be a captain. So the point being, okay, the club needs captains, but the human being needs to be ready to be a captain. The captain is a massive role. I had been interacting with Ash all summer as she went through the World Cup and prepping to come into the team. I knew she wasn't in the place and space to be a captain and a leader. I knew she was exhausted. I tried to explain to the club many times about the importance of, after a World Cup, players need a break. They need a break mentally, physically. It's a massive lead up into a World Cup. It's one of those life-changing events. Like, you can't just turn around in 2 weeks and play a game. Like, the systems, the leagues, the clubs need to understand player care and player welfare from we're all in this together, mentality. So when she came in, of course, she was getting pressure to be. She's an amazing human and amazing leader. She was getting pressure from the club, from the general manager, from the players. You need to be our captain. You need to be our captain. She wasn't ready to be the captain. She didn't have the energy. It wasn't what she wanted. So one big thing to all of this player welfare and care is to actually talk and spend time. Once again, this is hours spent with your players. This is not seeing them on the pitch for 15 minutes. This is setting up player care meetings regularly where players know they can come in and talk about things having nothing to do with their football performance, but who they are as a human, what they're going through in life. So you as a leader or a coach or a practitioner really understands where you're meeting this player at. And this comes back to time, energy, and commitment, which often we don't get. We don't get it from our leaders. We don't get it from our clubs. We didn't even have an office. So where are we going to have these private meetings? And people saying, you don't need an office. You just coach football. No, I don't just coach football. We're taking human beings on a journey of life and professionalism. An office space is a really important thing. And these are like those tiny little, niggles and rubs that everyone's like, You don't need that. Yes, you do. You have to really see this as a professional business, as a professional operation. And for her, she also didn't want to be captain because she didn't know the culture. She didn't know the culture of the country. She's like, how am I going to lead people that I don't even understand the culture yet? First, I need to become embedded. First, I need to understand what I'm working with. Same reason she went to Nigeria. Understand it's a different place and space. You can't take one model from one country, stick it into another, and job done. Everything you're creating is this high-performance ecosystem that is every single unique individual within your ecosystem has to come together, has to learn how to work together every single day, every single minute. Some people just think, oh, that just happens. It doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen. And every voice, every human is really, really important to this, and it takes a lot of time and energy, which then goes on, if you want a great team culture, you cannot follow the men's game of, we're going to hire you and fire you within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. If you don't win, you're out the door. The women's game is about a journey of development, a journey of professionalism, young practitioners, young players going on this journey together, and a club that supports them, a national team that supports them. When winning and losing is everything, you're going to miss the absolute most important thing about the women's football culture, which is we do this together for the human beings, for the next generation. So if you're out there, don't you dare follow the men's game. Don't you dare follow that Premier League model. Yeah? That within 3 weeks or 3 months, that coach is fired and you get the next one. 1, it's not financially sustainable. 2, it's brutal on the human beings. And 3, it's not what women's football is all about. And we have to have independence in the women's game to make our model what we stand for and why we do this and what we've been through. And that team culture, player care is absolutely something we can do so much better than the men's game. And I promise you, in 20 years, the men's game is going to be following the women's game, because this is something they don't do well.
Evie, I'm going to bring you in with a good case study when England or the Lionesses played Ireland. They lost 2-1 but scored a late goal. And then the next game, you beat France, which was such a great win. And you're on camera, it's so cool to see you on the pitch. Could you just share the behind the scenes relating to team culture? Because the celebration against the Lionesses was really a great situation, but you lost. Like Kelly just said, it's not about wins and losses. It actually built confidence and momentum. Could you just share the transition of that game onto France and how that's significant to team culture?
Yeah, I think for that specific camp, I think it was a very cool way to see how that we are creating that environment for players to thrive. And I remember the second game, we went in a completely different environment. It was still in Ireland, but we did it in Cork instead of Dublin. Normally Dublin is our home base. We also had one of our players that just returned from pregnancy and had her baby Rosie within the camp, which it was unbelievable how it completely shifted the environment, having the baby around, and everybody was in great mood, and that atmosphere really helped. And it kind of speaks to our leadership in terms of our head coach and everybody around that is trusting the process. Where, I mean, I started with them about a year and a month, and the shift that we've had since that day one, where we went through those debrief systems, those feedback from players to make sure we knew which feedback to listen to, because of course sometimes when you give too much of a voice, they want everything. But we prioritize it in terms of like, what can we do to make that possible for them? And everybody was playing with freedom. Everybody was, even like now players, because we had such a big break, they just want to get in because they like to be around the environment. It's a different environment, and they know that they can slowly thrive and thrive even more. So yeah, and that, like I said, it starts from the kits, you know, having the right kits and having the right size of kits.
Yes.
Having established processes and systems where practitioners, especially at the club level, I think when we talk about, because I've been in a lot of clubs where we have to have such limited time, and we're there from 8 to 5, and we don't have time to reflect as a practitioner. Mm-hmm. So I think everybody that is in women's football that is kind of going to marathon, but it's more in a sprint right now, right? We want to get to the marathon. We need to create the space as practitioners, as people, as staff members, to reflect also what we do, because that automatically is going to reflect on how we treat our players. So if in all my processes and systems, and I'm talking about Excel sheets, like for me as a sports scientist, right? Or my Google Doc, I do not leave the office until I go back and I have a journal log of everything we've done in the pitch. And that can be the drills that we've done, the time that we spent on them, but also it was sunny today, or it was really rainy in England. That completely shifts the entire environment in training. And that actually,
So the mood, the emotion.
The mood, yeah. Mm-hmm. So we do have, when we ask the player how they're doing every day in the morning, we talk about physical fatigue and mental fatigue. And nowadays we only ask them, are you guys fatigued? But as a player, and now as a player too, so I kind of remember thinking, sometimes my body is feeling exhausted, my mind is fresh. Or sometimes the other thing is happening, I'm very tired mentally, but my body is ready to go. So we need to discern that as practitioners, and we need to see those subtle things that would actually, and I think we're only going to be able to do that if we don't have time to do it. We can't let that be the excuse. So establish processes and systems that will challenge you as a practitioner to think about those things. And before you leave the office, I have to go through actually the day, what worked, what didn't work, what was I emotional. A lot of times when I'm doing warm-ups, I'm like, I feel completely off. And then I have to dig deep into like, why am I completely off? Because my players see that. And they come to me and it's like, are you all right, Evie? And you don't think that players see through, and they see everything.
Can we touch on that with the check-ins of players? I know you said the 3 hours, but I'm going to bring in Ash again because we've had conversations, but even like traveling to games and traveling back from games, was that like a great moment, doesn't matter about the result, where you could check in and really evaluate the mood on the bus and then see the body language of where you need to speak or where they need some space to reflect because they may have just had an awful game? Did you see things like patterns like that from last season?
Yeah, there's the airport. We traveled a lot on plane. So there's the airport, there's also the buses, and I think it's this fine line of that emotional energy. But when it comes to like authenticity, if we've already created this culture where conversation happens, if we've already created this culture for years where they can be honest about the way they feel about something. I remember at Lewis a couple years ago, we started, I think we called it Mental Mondays. When they came in, so they played on Sundays, and we had them come in Monday before training, and there was 25 minutes where they knew it was Mental Monday. That was just their time to totally detox their brain from the weekend. We started it with a practitioner for the first 4 weeks, but then we had it player-led. And sometimes it was that they were in playing cups and bags and fun games. Sometimes they were eating candy. I know, heaven forbid. But the point was being that they were allowed to be a kid. They were allowed to be themselves. They were allowed to detox from the game, whether they felt great, whether they felt terrible. Because what I saw in England was this: if we won, oh my God, we were the greatest, and Champions League is where we're going. And if we lost, oh my God, we're terrible, every player needs to go. There was no balance, no in-between in England. There was no steadiness. It was highs and lows. It was like, whoa, we need to stop this. You cannot be a high-performance human if one day you're here and the next day you're there, and all that happened was a silly goal that slipped in because of the water. We're the best, we're the worst because of something you can't control. Like, we had to change that whole culture around controllables and non-controllables, and it's okay to feel a certain way. Please feel it, get it out, have all the feelings and emotions you need, but at the same time, like, balance, really balance your thinking and your understanding of what just happened. You could have a terrible game, you could have a great game. At the end of the day, it's one game, one moment. We start again, we start again, we start again. You can't ride the wave of one moment. So these bus trips, and it's my job now, because I'm not the coach, you know, and I'm overseeing it, is I spend a lot of time observing my staff, all the practitioners, coaches, operations, logistics, observing all that, and observing all the players, and observing all the interactions going on. And my time in and around the team, on the bus, on the plane, on whatever's going on, is the check-ins, the bumblebee action where you're getting on someone's shoulder. You know they're not feeling well, or you know they're feeling too high or too low or too this or too that. and understanding the why. So when we get the whole team, the whole staff together the next week, we're already analyzing way before we sit in that room of the highs and lows of each individual person and player and practitioner. If I know Evie's really, really low, and I know there's something going on in her life as a practitioner, I want to adjust the ecosystem the next week so we get the best out of her.
Yep.
And maybe that's a little time off, or it's a little this, or it's a little that, but also so the players get the best they need. And so I think this authenticity for me is all about actually caring about every staff member and every player's personal and professional journey, and we're using the game of football as the tool to do that. They're all going to go on to do great things in their life if we take care of them now. So that comes down to why we spend all the time and energy to do these little things. Is not for the wins and losses on the weekends. Those will happen. They're going to come. They're going to go. You're going to have great seasons. You're going to have terrible seasons. You're going to promote. You're going to relegate. You're going to have an amazing game in front of a sellout crowd. And the next day, you're going to have chirp, chirp in the background where 5 people show up. This is football. This is life. Let's use that as a tool to make sure everyone's going on that journey together. Make sure we're helping regulate them through the process.
Sort of leads so well, and you said the keyword authenticity, and it's a sort of main theme, and I've been looking forward to this conversation now. So Evie, bringing in authenticity in the current work you're doing, how do you define it, and how do you implement it in the work you're doing?
I think it first is from my own experience. I think as a practitioner, you have to be able to, like I said, self-reflect and create time for self-reflection. I think it was Orlando Pride when I was there, 2017. It was my first professional full-time environment, and I was struggling a lot as a practitioner. And I was in a staff with 9 men, and I was the only woman. And I got into the trap of blaming the narrative of being the only woman in an environment full of men. But I was about to quit at a point, and I said, like, I'm going to take 3 steps back, and I'm going to analyze myself in this environment, and what am I doing, and what can I be better? And it came down to I was not assertive, I was not confident in myself as a practitioner or as a person. And then as soon as I started to kind of break that wall between this is Evie, the practitioner, and this is Evie, the personal, with my players, and I was just very vulnerable. And I started, because I was dealing with one of the best players in the world at that point, right? One of each is it's been my role model.
Marta, yeah. Right? Yeah. We'll say Marta.
It's been my
for
role
the
model
audience.
since I was a kid, and that scared me as being my first job. But as soon as I started being my authentic self and kind of being vulnerable, completely changed things, and it changed how I coached, how I served them, and then all of a sudden I was respected in the room. I was listened in the room. I had a voice because I created that voice in terms of, like, I'm not blaming the system, and I think it's very easy to get into that trap to blame the system. And I've been lucky to get to work with a lot of people, but I also been in environments that was very sexist. But I think we have to be careful in terms of getting into that trap and blaming the system. We need to change, and we need to be able to look within first and then create the changes that we need. And automatically that's gonna, it did change how I coach my players and allow me to be way more effective.
Kelly, I want to finish up with you with authenticity, because you've been teaching me this from the first summit in 2022. Just for the listeners and the audience, like, how to apply it in a way of being authentic. Just first step perspective.
Yeah. Well, I think first it starts within yourself. Like, if you're going to work in the sports industry, and probably any industry, it's brutal. And if you're not authentic, you are giving in to all the things we hate about the system. And I think you have to be able to go into any job in any place and be fired. That is the first advice I have to every single person in this room is you have to walk into every job and be willing to be fired. Because if you're not willing to be fired, you will be manipulated by the system and the directors and the people who really don't have a clue about you and your players and your staff. So if you're not willing to give it all up and walk away, if you can't change and evolve, then right away you can be manipulated in this system. And if you're manipulated, your players and your staff are manipulated. So I think that that is the absolute to authenticity. And it took me, I've been through some hard things in my career. And the first time I walked away, I was like, of course, scared to death. And at the same time, like, hell yeah, you don't own me. And that is really important in the sports industry, and probably any industry, is you as my boss, you as my company, you as my organization, you don't own me. You are lucky to have me, because I'm going to bring a lot of authenticity, a lot of passion, a lot of experience and knowledge. I'm going to help you become better. So you don't own me, we work together on this. But you really have to be protective in the sports industry, because a lot of people want their hands in this, and a lot of money's being exchanged, and that means that human beings can be taken advantage of. And along that lines, you have to teach your practitioners, your staff, and your players that they also are here because we believe in you, and you get to be authentic. And it is something at Lewis FC we talk about every day when we meet with our players. All I want, bring all your traumas, bring all your problems, bring your past, bring your childhood, bring all the issues that you have, because as humans, we have a lot of issues. Bring them here. Use them to better your life, bring your authentic self, and we are going to care for you, protect you, support you, and go on this journey. And one of the most proud things I have right now, and I wasn't here, I didn't bring this coach in, but our current coach, within my first few weeks of being in the club, was like, when am I going to be fired? And I said, you're not going to be fired. And she goes, I know, if I don't win, that's what happens in football. You just get fired. And I was like, you're not going to be fired. I said, I will put myself in front of you, between the fans, between the money, between all these things. You're not going to be fired. We are on a journey.
I've got goosebumps during this whole session. I really have, and we've got to wrap up on this one, but Evie, Kelly, without doubt, such a privilege to have you here on such an important topic and why we are here. So on that note, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Come on, Adam, let's go. We'll get straight to it.
Turn me on.
I think you're turned on, yeah?
Am I turned on? Mentally as well?
Yep.
Hope so.
Just change the slides when you're ready, guys.
What a rant on emotions. That was amazing. That was lovely to hear. Bring all of it if you want to win.
Just wait for that slide to come up, and then we'll get going. Get this out of the way.
Thanks.
I'll just wait. Is the slide there, guys? If not, go around the back. Sorry. Got it? Okay, so it's... Right, Ray, rock and roll. Let's go. If we can have forwards on the backboard, please, that'd be amazing. Here it is. Nearly there. Fantastic. Adam, Forza Clubs. Getting you here, I'm buzzing. I'm excited. So just to put this in perspective, the purpose of this session is, now this morning we've had the club perspective from Building Women's Football Programme. We've had the players' perspective. But there is, and I'm going to question Kelly afterwards, we do need money to build sustainability of a club's infrastructure, and that we do need to be innovative of different revenue streams. So when we talk about money, it's just being creative in different ways. So getting Forza clubs, when we got connected through a podcast, I just loved what I was hearing of how we can really use social media as a tool, but then build real communities in one hub where a club can nurture and also build really creative engagement within that hub. So to get the ball rolling, Adam, could you just share who you are, but also what Forza Club is all about?
Yeah, so my name is Adam. I'm the CEO of this company over here called Forza Clubs. I'm a Swede from the north of Sweden. Was a kind of useless football player, but fairly skilled in other things. Yeah, so that's about me. And what we do is that I will start off with you, Pedro, who had the keynote yesterday from Liga F, talking about how clubs need to be more of a brand. And if you are thinking like a brand do, you make sure that you take full ownership of the customer journey. We would call it fan journey in football, but the customer journey. And what we do is that we help clubs essentially to take ownership of that fan journey and do it in a proper way, and in the end also to monetize it and grow the fan database. We will come back to those kind of things.
Yeah, so let's go details of this, because data is going to be interweaved of why this is crucial. But could you just share what Forza Clubs is? Like, explain it from an app perspective. How do you apply it with some of the case studies, which we'll be talking about? Tigres and Southampton are the two they work with. But just explain what the app does and the whole purpose of how it can benefit a team.
After Kelly's rant on apps, I thought it was going to wait a little bit, but okay, we can go on to the app topic. Yeah, the tool that we prefer to use to achieve this goal of monetization and fan data is to build an application. And we build it for the club, then it's owned by the club, so they get all the fan data and so on. And you said Tigres and Southampton, who are two clients, but we actually work with clubs in 10 different countries. Some of them have women's teams, most of them don't, but usually we put them both in the same platform. And just to share some results, we will come back to the how, but the results that we're usually getting is that if we can get the fan into the digital fan journey or customer journey, the fans claim to go, 25% of the fans claim to go to more home games. And this is data from only teams performing really poorly. Otherwise, it will be sort of cheating the data. And they also spend a lot more on merchandise, and also they spend to follow the club and the content within the platform, which is also gamification. And on the Tigres sort of topic, they are the one club that does 50-50 men's content and 50-50 women's content, making them very relevant to look at from a business point of view. And every third video view that they have in the app is on the women's team, even though the men's side is huge over there. Women's are getting there as well, or the women's team.
So just on the ownership, because we were preparing for this, and I was going to, how do we address this to the clubs? Because we've got social media, we've got all TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, X. Can you explain how you work with that audience that can a club take more ownership? Can you just break that down a little bit?
Yeah, so basically, if you are a club today, you obviously use your social media channels, as we have talked about today, and sort of to gain awareness and have them become more engaged and so on. And maybe if you jump a few steps, in the end you buy a season ticket. That could be like the end goal. But in between, you have to sort of engage the fans more and move them down the funnel so that they take more action, engage more with the club, and so on. And you might claim to use market automation tools like this. If you believe that a next-gen fan is going to read a lot of emails, I think you have a problem. But so this is sort of where the application fits in as a tool of just not only gaining awareness, but to engage every day with the club. So usually they use the service or the app on the club side from 3 to 4 minutes a day if you're a fan, which is a huge difference from watching a game on a live stream every 30 days or something like the old school subscriptions are made. But so is also where the short form content comes in, because you come back every day. And to just paint an example, let's say we buy a new player. This is just our recommendation, our blueprint on how we think it should be done in order to maximize engagement and all, but also then get the fans within and control the fan journey. If you buy a new player, you might do a 10-minute or 8-minute or 20-minute interview with that player. The 30 seconds highlight, you go post that on Instagram, like highlights from the interview, or on Meta, or on TikTok, or whatever platforms you're using. But for the full interview, you go to the home of the club, the media house of the club, which we prefer it to be an application, and we think that's the proper tool to use for that purpose.
The media house, describe that a bit more.
Yeah, so the easy way to say it is to build applications on steroids, because you put not only like, and then you have all the modern formats that you want to consume content and engage. That way you're not going to have anyone engaging on a website. And we're getting, I mean, I don't know how much data you follow, but the engagement in social media channels just in general is not exactly increasing. You can, of course, work your way around it. But the question again was?
The media house, like that term.
Yeah, so what we do is all the modern format contents, like the stories and those kind of stuff, all the gamification elements to predict the starting 11 and to play around with other fans so you get this community feel. And then, of course, digital ticketing, fan wallets, loyalty programs. So basically everything in there to have the fan come back on a daily basis so that you can really have, this is just marketing, you know, to put it simply. If you're a marketer, you want to engage the fans often. You want, until you're tired of the message, then you have succeeded with the marketing. So you need to do this repeatedly. It doesn't mean you have to work your ass off. Sorry for the language, but you get my point. But you need to be consistent, and you need to work a little bit differently than others have done.
Before we talk about content creation, the one thing I love about this is the experience of a fan joining the app. Could you break that down of when they sign up, the experience of signing up, how it links with the players, just
and
so
the
they get the card. The personalization.
Yeah, and the first-party fan data as well.
Yeah.
So this is very, from someone working with digital products, you really want, if you're going to download an app, you really want the fans to put on push notifications, because that's a huge thing if you as a club can sort of press a button and then make sure that you're in the phones of everyone. So we put most of our efforts into the most boring thing, which is to register as a supporter in the app. So what this means is that we can do the Tigres example. They have had around 200,000 users coming in and registering in their application. The first action that you do when you register is that you choose your favorite player among all the men's and women players in the club. 27%, roughly 50,000 users, chose a female player, by the way, which is kind of interesting considering the size of their men's team. So the first thing you do is that you get a few fun questions, favorite player, and then we ask of date of birth and see, we want to know if we can match you with someone at the club. Then people stop putting in 1st of January 1999, because they want to know. Yeah, but that's how you treat a fan. It's all about, do you know your audience? We talked about this yesterday, or the girls on stage had a great panel talked about knowing their fan. So if you know a football fan, it's not exactly rocket science. You just have to treat them something, and they will give you so much back. So we ask, okay, favorite date of birth to match you with someone at the player, and then you might get like, oh, you almost have the same birthday as player, whatever. And then when you've done all the funny stuff, then you start asking push notification, data privacy. So it's basically a chat with the sporting director where we get a lot of data, and which is sent to, in the case of, we had 2 circles here yesterday, in the case of Young Boys or Southampton, sent to the systems where they gather all the other fan data. But we have a completion rate which is on more than 74%, which is just, you know, then you can just understand the value of having 30,000 people download your product. If you can have more than 70% being, you know, fully committed, putting on the fan notification, the notification, getting the data in there. So that's just a key thing from coming back to what we said yesterday. You need to know the fan, and you need to grow the fan base, but you're not going to get that from Facebook. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Let's pivot a little bit to content creation, because I think we're all content creators in the modern world we are in. So from an efficiency standpoint behind, you know, with the media house, how is content created to make it efficient and effective?
And this is where we believe that the women's game are going to beat the men's. We already touched upon it earlier on the very tricky word to say, authenticity, which I practiced a lot before coming up. So, yeah, on the content side of things, in order to relate with the players, you must be authentic. I mean, it's all the next-gen fans, I like to frame it as a non-negotiable. Mm-hmm. So, what does this mean then? This means that in order to have people, this is the biggest driver for paid users for our clubs as well, that you have authentic content that can be shot on an iPhone that is not edited. That's a key thing, that it's not edited, because if it's edited, you feel it immediately, especially the younger fans feel it. And it's not relatable, and it's without flaw at the same time. So this is also, when I came here, we had this Maradona-Pele discussion. Why do you love Maradona? Why do we, I say we now, love Maradona? Because he's a human being, or he was a human being, rest in peace, and he was also flawed. But this goes around, you and all know these trends, but it's the clubs, very few clubs have adapted to it on how they create their content.
So why do you think women's football will really, you say, pass the men's players? Like, why women's football and why the women's players? Do you think it's more unique?
The men's they're so boring. And they have been taught no, it's not their fault. They have been taught this way. By the press managers and so on. They have been told to be like a robot. And that's one thing. And the female players have a different perspective. And they haven't been at least for now, I really don't hope, now I say I don't hope we go down that road of becoming boring. Then this is all for nothing, I believe, this event. So, yeah, I think that's where the women have a huge advantage. Someone said on stage also earlier that sponsorships is a lot bigger, much more important for the female players compared to the men's. So the men's doesn't really need to build a brand and to build connections with their fans. But the female do. So they are clearly also incentivized to do it. But this is where I hope also, we have all this, and you follow the data we spoke about earlier on the new generation of fans, or so I framed it as the next-gen fans, or the battle for new fans. I think the female, that's also why we're here, because we haven't properly entered the women's game, but that's an opportunity.
What patterns have you seen now with some of your clients, with the content being effective, the fans feeling closer to the player or team? How's that implemented on the pitch or attendees? Have you seen some correlation? Yeah, the correlation is, I think I said it earlier, some data are like this. Within 6 months of, this is just average statistics, 81% of the fans feel closer to the club. That is not a little, 81% is quite a lot. 49% for the clubs that have both the men's and the women's, 49% of the fans, and those are the fans that are within the applications, which is usually your attendance times 3 or something like that on a monthly basis. So 49% say they feel a stronger engagement for the women's team specifically. That's also a huge number. Those are from Scandinavia, and I might also add those women's teams, AIK, Gothenburg, and Aarhus. They are not. One of them is in the top division, so it's not like they have a great foundation either. They are truly building a fan base. And also, when we ask the question, what type of content make you feel closer to the team? It's number 1 and number 2 are short videos, and then behind the scenes, which is exactly what you like we talked about earlier. It's authentic. Exactly. Now let's talk about the app, final thing. So I talked about monetization. We've talked about the content side. We've talked about how getting the fans closer to one media hub. But it doesn't just do that. It's got the ticketing aspect. It's got the memberships and so on and so forth. Could you just break down the back end where it's a one hub place for everything from a club perspective? So whatever digital product you make, the hardcore fans, you will always have them to download something. That's so easy. The key is always retention. How do you make them stick and come back day after day? And that's where we really excel. Forza originally and still are a live score company dating back from 2012 with more than 2.5 million users per day. So as far as stickiness goes, as a term is, we are quite good.
But you asked about, what's...
And the merchandise, I forgot that part as well.
Yeah, and you asked also about what's in there.
What's in there,
yeah. I would say it like this. The hardcore fans, they are easy to get. Then you just have to make them stick and make them happy. So from a marketing perspective, you usually talk about early adopters. We can make it easy. It's 1/3 of your client group. The second third are the followers. The followers are the guys who look at those who bought the Tesla, and then, my guys in north of Sweden, they want to know if you can drive it to the neighboring town and back with one charge, and if the hardcore fans are happy, then they will buy a Tesla. That's the follower group. And then you have my dad, who is in the laggers group. And we have a few laggers. I see Jim laughing over here. I had to help him download an app 2 days ago. They really need, and those two groups are fairly easy, I would say, to make happy. So you just got to treat the hardcore fans good, and then the Tesla followers will come along. But the third group is usually around 40%, the laggers. A very good client group to have because they are loyal, but they need a compelling reason to start to change their behavior. And that is why a lot of, when I see other platforms, they focus solely on ticketing or solely on engagement. But if you want all of your fans into one media house, you need to treat the laggers as you should, and you have to give them a compelling reason to start using a new product and change their behavior. And that is where those kind of utility things comes in. Yeah. I need this to get into the arena. And then so that's why ticketing is important. And then when you get them on board, then they are great users usually. Yeah. So they are great, and they are super happy, and they might even tell their friends and so on. So that is why, from a strategic point of view, it's important to we need to make all of those groups happy.
Final question, because I want to finish on the word ownership. Like, where's the first step for a club? Okay, check out Forza Clubs, everybody. That's a disclaimer. But I mean, for people watching live stream, like, what's the first step to build this ecosystem of what we're discussing today of the media house?
You can start off at I think you first off have to decide that we want to go down this road. We want to be, more like a brand, or think more like a brand. So that is maybe from even an ownership or management perspective that you have to agree on, not only chasing views on social media. I think that's the first step. Then from a tech stack point of view, you can choose, okay, we move first with a good data warehouse where we gather all the data, and then we make sure we get a good app provider, and we get maybe a good website, so the data that you collect end up in a good place. Or you just go directly to treat the fans something like we do, but it's a little bit different depending on where the club is at the moment. So you can't really go wrong. The only time you go wrong is that when you choose, usually I would say, one provider to fix all these problems. Because if you choose one tech supplier, they have one core business, and then they are usually really crap at the other things. I mean, we wouldn't build a ticket system because we're never going to be great at it. It just doesn't. And the cost of change is going to be great when you want to move that one size fits all solution. So I would go with just best in class, follow the data, so everyone can make a nice presentation, even me. But follow all the data. How much time do fans spend on a digital platform? And then also, how many are doing it, like on a regular basis? And also, are they willing to spend? Are they satisfied with what they're getting? If you just follow those metrics, then you're going to end up with a very good just digital landscape or digital customer journey. And then you might find someone that does it better than us or are a better fit. Then go with it.
Well, there you have it. This is Forza Clubs. Adam, been a joy. But do you want to add anything else?
One point, just also because I'm keen to get some feedback. This is the start-off point for what I hope to be the start-off point for us entering the women's game. So if you have ideas and feedback, or let's say that you have some ideas on what we're offering and how we're doing it, or just ideas on how to approach maybe a specific market, let me know. I'm all ears and keen to get that. I've gotten it already from some of you during the days here, but feel free just to grab me by the arm and give me some word of advice.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Berlin. They're ready to go. Yeah. Thank you, guys. One more panel coming up now before lunch. We will have lunch on the other side of this, probably around 1:15 or so. A pause until 3 p.m. and then we will be back into our final sessions for the conference for this year. It's going too quickly. The guys just getting themselves ready. We have Christian and Brad coming up shortly from La Bella. Very much looking forward to this. They'll be talking about building stadiums and facilities for women's football. Whenever they're ready, gentlemen, just finalizing their slides. Hope everyone is doing well. Agesios, you want to say some words off the back of a brilliant first day going into what's to come? Yeah, you can talk. You can talk here.
It's another amazing day today in Athens. We learn a lot from our partners and especially from clubs and our sponsors today. So as far as football, women's football is a serious business, our partners say very serious things to learn a lot.
Absolutely.
So we thank them.
We thank them, and of course we thank you, Agesilos. And Marios and everyone involved with organizing the event. So much work going on behind the scenes there. Perlin hasn't stopped working all day. Ed definitely hasn't stopped working at all. We're almost ready, guys. Almost. Marios, share some more words. Your passion is always unmatched. You can stand on this side, you can use the microphone here.
Listen, I just wanted to say thank you very much also to the Hellenic, there you go, even easier, the Hellenic Broadcasting Corporation that is here, along with many other great broadcasting and journalistic organizations and journalists. That's something that we've seen this year, a lot of journalists here. We're very happy that the Pan-Hellenic Sports Press Association is also a massive supporter of what we're doing, what we're trying to do, not only in Greece and Cyprus, but of course around the world, which is bring greater coverage, greater support to these amazing female athletes that week after week, day after day, give their all in order to make the beautiful game even more beautiful and powerful. So we thank all the journalists that are here. I just had the opportunity to speak at the 11th International Conference of the Pan-Hellenic Sports Press Association in beautiful, ancient, sacred Olympia. And that shows you once again how women's football is being respected, it is being followed, it's being reported, and it is being celebrated by those of the press that get it, that get what women's football is and what it is going to become. So thank you once again.
Jim.
Yes. Hello. I'm being summoned. Kill some time, say thank you. Of course.
As you all know, Jim has spent over 5 decades helping to grow and support the women's game in the United States. We have a lot of people calling us, writing to us from the United States, saying how they can't wait to be here next year, especially. And I just wanted Jim to say a few words about what you've seen here today and yesterday.
Yeah, certainly. I've no trouble doing that. Yeah, my journey in the women's game has given me great joy, and I mentioned this yesterday. And I think that, of course, cheering for women makes everybody look good. And my catchphrase, of course, is nations of the world reveal their greatest strength when they cheer for women. And when I talk about cheering, it's to what we are all doing right here. We know that we have a short time on this planet, and we know that interactions between human beings on this planet can be very challenging, can be very dangerous, and certainly girls on the pitch reveal some of the darker side of our nature. And I last year encouraged them to keep playing because of that. And when I see these great faces here, people who have traveled a long way and have had long journeys of their own, and understand that this is really, really good work. And some of it has bankrupted us, both financially and sometimes emotionally, over the years. But I look at this, I mean, our inside nickname for Marios is the priest, and the inside nickname for Iesislaus is the Pope, and we're just sort of disciples or apostles or what have you, doing spiritual work. And it makes me feel good, and I think looking at everyone doing this makes everybody else feel good. And we represent millions of people, young women and girls around the world, who really want their dreams to come true. And one last thing, people have asked me, why did we name Sky Blue the team? Why, where does that name come from? It actually began with Denise Reddy, who is now the assistant coach of the women's national team in the United States. She was our assistant coach with a new team that needed to be named. And she said, well, Sky Blue. She'd come from a Swedish team that had, similar characteristic. And then we all sat down and said, why? Why should our team be named Sky Blue? And we came up with, well, it really represents the dreams and aspirations of girls and women all over the world. And if you want to know anything about me, that's really kind of what it kind of stands for. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for listening to me, and thank you for the little recognition right here. And again, thanks for being here.
Okay, in just a moment here, we're about to begin, and we're also going to have a lunch that's going to last for over an hour and a half. It's going to come up pretty soon. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here again today. And we see a lot of new faces in the room and new clubs, and this is fantastic. Again, let's work together to grow women's football.
Thank you, Marios. Brad, Christian, let's move straight into it. Labella, one of our great partners here, look forward to hearing all about this. Over to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Excellent. So thanks, Marios, for inviting us to present here. Thanks. So we are Labella Associates. We're architects, so we're going to be talking about kind of the physical environment of the women's game. We do stadiums, we do training facilities. Brad, do you want to talk a little bit about your background?
Yeah. So Brad Bartholomew, I lead design for our company. Just a little bit about us. We have offices in the US, which is where Christian and I have come from. We also have offices in Europe. We have 2,000 employees. We have experts focused on sports and entertainment facilities, much like this. But I think, and you'll see in a slide, we'll talk a little bit more about it, the unique aspect of what we bring is really collaboration. We approach it with zero ego. We understand whose project it is and really the sort of the important aspects that we're trying to achieve, your goals and your objectives. And so that's what everything's about. It's all about you and understanding, we're very passionate about football and women's soccer in general, but really sports and entertainment, it's something that we have a lot of experience and understand kind of the requirements of, and so we kind of mold those things together to come up with transformational experiences.
And I'm Christian Pettit, and I'm the public venues practice leader, so I focus on sports and entertainment projects, and it's very relevant. We have somebody else that's Mike Wolin that couldn't make it. He's taking care of his wife that's undergoing chemotherapy. But he's part of the Play Studio, and we kind of all collaborate together. As a public venues studio leader, I'm also very concerned about how kind of the stadiums and the kind of public areas and how it interacts with the city and how it integrates with the community as well. So the messaging, the social aspect is also a very important thing. We like to make our stadiums and facilities unique. We need to take care of the players, we need to take care of the fans, we need to make sure that the projects are sustainable and they actually revenue and can be sustainable over time as well. And there's a lot of science and social sciences that go into it for this to happen. We can't really get into it in a 30-minute, 40-minute presentation into all these details because obviously there's a lot of technical aspects to building. But we're going to show you a few projects that we're working on right now to kind of show the latest trends and some of the thought processes that we have around these projects for making them successful, specifically also for women's teams and issues that we need to talk about around them.
Let me take that one. Go back.
Sure.
So one of the things that I think, I mentioned just our unique qualification to help deliver some of these facilities. So we're the preferred architect of the USL. That's the United Soccer League. And in the United States, there's nobody really that's more focused on the women's game through the Super League, as well as just expansion in general of football than the USL. And you can kind of see it by the map that's identified there. We're working with clubs in over 30 states within the United States on not just a stadium, but really sports-anchored mixed-use developments. So it's really important. It's a key aspect to, whether it's a very small project all the way up to a large project. We're trying to understand what are the needs of the club, what are the needs of the community, and then how can we help sort of through that process to meet the club wherever they may be, and obviously meet the players wherever they may be. So I just think that's something that's really important to mention.
That's a good point. And as a large firm, we can build a city. We have very kind of large capabilities for doing projects, but we really pride ourselves that we will do, a $2 million project, a $5 million project. For us, there's not actually a size that really matters. We find that in working with the USL, that we have projects probably when it comes to stadiums will be somewhere between 30 and maybe $70 million, and that we do a very good job at kind of working with the owners and working with the teams, and also bringing a lot of specialized teams within our company that are grant managers and that do kind of environmental to be able to look at and make sure that there are certain sites and maybe sites that we wouldn't be able to use that we can use, and the grant managers can work with different nonprofits and with the cities to raise capital to bring into the building of the stadium and make these actually to be able to be done as well. And also finding ways through technology like modular technologies and things like that in which we can bring the prices down and be able to get a really good facility that kind of fulfills the needs of the women's teams within the budget that the clients have. So when you talk about stadiums and facilities for women's teams, you really are not just talking about creating fields. You're talking about creating environments that reflect equity, accessibility, sustainability, and community integration. And one of the most important things is this concept of equity. Traditionally, women have been playing in stadiums and facilities that have been designed for men. And even though there's one or two, there's a few of them that are coming up, like Kansas City current stadium, that are just for women, and obviously that's the goal. Right now, there's many stadiums that are being done, and we're working on many of them as well, that are for both. But it's really, really important that when you're thinking of these stadiums, you make sure that it's equitable, and actually the women's teams have their own facilities. Everything from the suites to the locker rooms, and everything else that they need is kind of purpose-made for them. It's unique, and have their own facilities. Can you talk a little bit about the Tidewater Stadium and how we're doing that?
Yeah, so this stadium's actually it's in Rhode Island, which is neither a road or an island. But basically this is one of the facilities that Christian's mentioning where it's kind of a holistic approach to the design. It's a stadium that will have both the men's and the women's team. It's finishing construction, and they'll start next season. But in every aspect, just like he was mentioning, there was a specific concern, thought, consideration made both for the women's team as well as the men's team. So there wasn't a, let's design a facility specifically, for a men's team and then, be happy you get a new stadium. That was not at all the approach that was taken in this. It was very much working with key users, key members of the overall club and the organization that we really wanted to dive deep and understand the needs of the women's team and really make sure that we provided that within the solution that this stadium will have. So there's, just as Christian was mentioning, facilities specifically designed and that are going to be delivered to accommodate that.
And also things with fan experience, that have to do with, family areas and safety and many other things that we're going to touch in other areas. One of the things that's really important as well, obviously, is the training facilities. And the training facility is where the athletes spend most of their time. So they also need to be designed thinking of the specific needs for women as well. On our Rhode Island facility, we did things like customized locker rooms, fit the right equipment size and adjustability, special strength and conditioning areas. We have recovery spaces with appropriate amenities, family areas with childcare center. We've heard from other people talking about these things that are important. You need to think about, people having their lives there, and if they have children or if they have families, you have special spaces so that they can continue their life while worrying about their professional sports. Nursing areas, enhanced privacy features, security and visibility of the pitch from all the different areas of the facility. And also we're looking onto new technologies like the use of AI, so wearables, and also computer vision, so that you can track what each individual athlete is doing. And then you can create kind of customized, personalized data around them and do things like injury prevention and all the way out to professional development. So basically, the approach is thinking that these facilities need to focus on the development of the mental, of the physical, of the educational, and also the professional development of the athletes, and having all the right spaces so that can actually happen. And us as architects, many times there's owners that are very sophisticated and maybe they've owned teams and they've, understand what the needs are. But I would say more times than not, it's someone that maybe it's new to the game and doesn't understand what this needs to be. So us as consultants that are brought into the game, we need to kind of be informed and understand what these things are, push for them and make them realize what is all these facilities and what is the technical things that they need to have, and make them understand that in the end, it's going to be profitable for them as well, because you're going to have better players, because they're going to have a better experience, and the money that you spent today on it actually pays back on the long term, and we're having very, very good results in having people that go the extra mile and are investing what they actually need to invest. But we pride ourselves of acting as a consultant and really making them understand what this is.
So this is another training facility that we're doing, and one of the unique aspects to this is that it actually is sort of the intersection of multiple key user groups. So there's a professional component, professional training center that is a part of this, both for men's and women's clubs, but then there's also an academy piece to it. And so you can kind of see in this, and we'll show, I think, a couple more images where we can dive in a little bit deeper, but there's all the facilities, again, designed specifically for those individual users, whether it's the men's team, whether it's the women's team, whether it's the academy. And then there's areas where those aspects overlap, right? So there's still an opportunity for kind of collaboration even amongst an organization. But at the same time, there's dedicated spaces for each so that, again, we can design it specifically for the user. So this is a plan that kind of describes that. In general, it's a combination of both indoor facilities, training, sports medicine, nutrition, really multiple aspects that go into the development of athletes and ones that would be at the top of their game. And then there's also, as you can see to the right of both the indoor facilities, is the actual competition stadium. So not only do we have obviously a place where we can create the next best athletes in the world, but we also have a place where they can put their skills, on display in the competition facility.
Yeah, and you can't really read it because it's this small text, but we have grass fields, turf, we have two hybrid fields, we have synthetic fields, we have indoor, we have outdoor fields. And in that little plan that you see here, you have people that are coming into the academy, and then you have the professional players, and then you have areas where they can interact as well. We were very careful of where, for example, the coaches and the sports medicine and the tactical rooms and all these things are put together so that they make sense within the flow of how actually the training is being done, and that there's a lot of synergies from the professional teams kind of closing the gap with the academies as well. So these things are very interesting for us, and how can we create kind of that physical aspect which actually encourages these things to happen. So it's not just about having the right things, it's also about putting them in the way that makes sense of how these people need to live. In our practice, we have also a hospitality group, we have a residential group, we have a retail group. But we're always collaborating together and trying to understand of what can we learn from these different teams so that we can apply it to what we're doing. And when it comes to academies and training centers, you really need to have a deep understanding of how hospitality works and what kind of rooms you need to have, and how can people have their own spaces and their own rooms, and kind of just be removed from somewhere else and create environments in which they can also be alone, and they can meditate, and they can train, or they can do physical therapy on their own, and then those places where you actually come together and the community can interact, and you have those synergies between the players with the players, and the players with the academies, and the professional and the coaches, and the sports medicine as well.
I mean, this slide here is really just talking to the same facility we're just mentioning. There are aspects we talked about just in terms of creating an indoor facility, but we're not trying to limit, some of the things like daylighting and fresh air and things that we think are an important part of the training process. There are studies and certainly research that shows that the environment has an impact on the success of the training and of the individual being trained. And so, it's important for us, obviously, to be able to provide both indoor and outdoor facilities, but at the same time, we're not trying to, put somebody in a dark, scary space. It's important that we're still kind of mimicking
to have
the
kind of
natural
environmentally
environment.
controlled spaces so you can have year-round as well. One of the things that it's not really easy to see in these smaller drawings, but we're showing you sections through the buildings, and so we're not just separating like on a plan, horizontally the different uses, but we also have different levels. So for example, we have different levels for women, we have different levels for men. They're also separated in different buildings. There's different levels for the academy dorms, there's the different levels for the professional dorms. So really you have this vertical separation, this horizontal separation, a very deep thought process of where everything comes together, right? And really making sure that each area and each space is personalized for the unique needs of each, which obviously means that we need to do R&D and listen and understand and have feedback loops with the women's athletes as well, and understand what those needs are so we can go back and improve the facilities, and the next facility that we design is going to be better as well, and we can go back to the owners and the people that are commissioning us to do these projects and say, hey, this is what you should do because it works better, because we've done the research, because we've listened to the people, because we've created these feedback loops, and we've put it back into the designs that we're doing. This slide speaks a little bit of that. You can see how we start doing these diagrams that begin to understand, okay, these are all the things that we need. We need hydro, we need changing, we need gym, we have like sensory deprivation rooms where you can go and really, empty your mind and all these things. And what are the flows that these things go? Using the logic of how people use these facilities all the way down to the pitch. Same thing with the technical aspects when you're talking about the classrooms, the offices, the dining, the recreation, all these other things that happen around life that just not just focus on training, and how to better do those things so you can have a really holistic approach with how the human beings are and what's going to maximize their performance in the end. Because if you feel well and you're doing well, you're going to play better as well. And as you can see here, this is interesting. I don't know if you can see the colors, but on the right, you see the white is professional, the pink is the academy, and the kind of orange spaces in the middle is where they come together. So you can see some of those logics and kind of ideation behind what are the shared spaces between the pros, the academy, the coaches, the technical people that are supporting them as well.
All right, so a big part of what we do is really focus on the experience. This project here, which is in design, ultimately we'll have construction, or we'll start construction soon, has both a men's and a women's team. But I think what we're really trying to sort of project in showing this project is that the community is critical. The sort of the connection with the fan is of paramount, and we kind of really want to understand a culture and bring it to light. So this project's actually in Albuquerque, New Mexico. One of the things that's really interesting about it is not only does it sort of take on or reflect the natural environment nearby, which is a mountain range and sort of this beautiful desert, but where this site is located is actually at the site of where they have an amazing hot air balloon festival. They get 1 million people a year to come for this hot air balloon festival. Balloon Fiesta Park is what it's called. And so not only are we trying to obviously create facilities that are purpose designed and focused on the women's game, but also tie into the community and sort of reflect and represent what's sort of unique and special about that community. So what's interesting about this one is on the west side, which is kind of that image in the lower left corner that you see, where we have a lot of the suites and the clubs that look towards the pitch and sort of have the beautiful mountain range in the distance and a wonderful sunset. That actually backs up, and if you sort of come to the opposite side and look in the opposite direction, you're looking out over Balloon Fiesta Park. So not only is this something that is wonderful for all the match days, but it's also a facility that supports other community events. So this Balloon Fiesta Park I mentioned has, it's a 2-week program where people will come and literally, as you can see in the image, set up hot air balloons and fly all over. It's a really cool and wonderful thing. It can support that. But beyond that, this field, which is immense, is like the community's playground. And so there's all types of different soccer clubs and just activities in general that take place on this when there's not Balloon Fiesta happening as well. So it's a really interesting way to kind of, that's a big part of what we do is, though we're designing specifically for the clubs that are a part of our facilities, we're also trying to develop something that can have an impact on the community 365 days a year. And so it can host and have amazing events, even beyond match day.
Yeah, that's a good point. And one of the things that we've noticed is that the women's game has a more diverse audience. So you're going to have a lot of families, you're going to have older people, you're going to have young girls. You're going to have much more diversity. So when we're designing these venues, we start creating we don't just follow what the league says, we start developing our own ratios. How many bathrooms do we need for women? We start thinking, okay, we need at least 1 square foot for every seat that there is in the stadium. And we create these ratios that are larger that we begin to realize that work well. And then we look at the facilities that are already operating during halftime, and we see how quickly, are there people queuing at the bathroom? And if they are, we've made a mistake. Same thing with the concessions. The other things that we do is that we create special rooms. For example, we're getting into creating sensory rooms. In this project, it's that purple square on the corner that is located in a place where there is not so many people, but they have a great view to the field. There's curtains that you can close. So if you have neurodiverse fans that can be overstimulated, you need to create a place for them. You need to have family rooms. You need to have family sections. Maybe in those areas that have family sections that don't have alcoholic beverages. So it's people that are not going to be drinking, and maybe it's a different type of fan. In a way, we think of these stadiums as kind of, this is the specific place where they are, this is the culture, this is the fan base, and we grab that data and we make the stadium a menu of experiences that you can select from and there's something from everybody, and it's right size for the demand that actually exists there. And it's just logic, and it makes it comfortable and better for everyone to actually assume that we know what it should be. We don't. We have 30 offices all over the US, and partially is because we feel we need to have a local presence so that we can do that right. And when we're working in places where we don't have offices, we will partner with a local firm. We don't care if we have to give them half the fee. We will partner because there's a lot of value that we're bringing from all the R&D that we've done and all the projects that we're doing. And then we have the local people that tell us, this is our town, this is how it works, these are the people that we need to talk to, so that then it influences the project as well. So there's many cultural and social narratives. So we think of, if you have a men's stadium, and now a women's team is going to play there, right? The stadium is theirs, and there's not so much that you can communicate through it. So if you have your own stadium, or it's half and half, and it's been designed so it's purpose-built for women as well, we start thinking about how is the stadium itself can become a platform for the community for a lot of the messaging that women's teams want to communicate. And many times, women's teams are kind of part of larger social narratives. We have narratives, teams that are preoccupied with gender equality, LGBTQ plus rights, and things like that. So we think, okay, how can we create places that will amplify the visibility of these narratives, and through the art, through the installations, and in the case of this stadium, we have a fully programmable LED facade that can change colors, that can make different shapes, that can honor, Pink Day, that can communicate that there's a game going on, that can fully dress as the women's team's color during their game, and we know exactly what it is. And then it has sensors so that when the game is happening, the lights and the shapes that it makes and how intense the lighting becomes, because it's right across from downtown. Suddenly there's a goal and it's like, goal! And then the lighting becomes very powerful and people downtown know something is happening there. And also, can you talk a little bit about the public spaces around the Riverwalk and the park and so forth?
Well, I think, yeah, so there's obviously, as Christian was mentioning, having that ability to kind of program the experience, design the experience that happens within the facility. But we want to do the same thing all around the facility and really extend into and connecting to the community, the same type of approach. So we're using that same type of technology even on the exterior of our buildings. One, it could be something that creates a gather moment, whether it's, concerts, live music, or just, movie night, that type of thing that happens within the facility. Others, it could be something that's more really a reflection of what's the event that's taking place. What we love about that transformability is that, again, and we're probably going to talk this later, and I'll probably steal some of your thunder when you're going to say it, but that's okay. There are times where there are brands that we will implement that are different depending on the event that takes place within. Certainly within a women's game, there are certain brands that we would want to amplify and show as part of that stadium that are different than other events that would take place. And by using these technologies, we're able to do that with essentially the touch of a button. And deploying it in a way that's cost-effective. We really have the ability to have this canvas that can be interchanged quite easily, and so it can promote different events that happen, whether it's a women's match or even just a different type of event that takes place in the plaza outside.
This project is interesting. This is a project in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and they want to do kind of a large MLS stadium. It's like a $600 million stadium. But, it's a long road from today to then. They have to raise capital. There's a lot of things that need to happen before that can happen. So they come to us, which is strange, right? As an architect, why are they coming to you and talking about these kind of things that have to do with your pro forma and your 10-year plan and all of these different things? But it's actually very helpful because we go and we say, maybe you build a $50 million stadium today, and we get the game going as you're trying to raise this money, and maybe there's a logic in which we can help you make this happen without much investment. So for example, in this case, we suggested to do a modular stadium. We've done a lot of R&D with modular technologies, with prefab. We can bring the prices down. We can create modular stadiums that are basically come with all the finishes ready, and you just plug and play them. It's almost zero labor. labor and on the site, and then if you phase it out, you can expand it without really having to shut down and go play it somewhere else for the season. So there's many things that you can do. But in this particular case, we were working very closely with the city and the community and negotiating, maybe we do a modular stadium that you put in a contract that can then be moved and placed somewhere else and given back to the community, maybe in a public university, maybe in a school, maybe in a park that can be used by other people while you're raising the money, and then the city comes back and says, okay, we'll give you the funds or we'll give you the land. So these kinds of things are maybe things that people don't talk about, but even in the physical aspect of what you're building can be one of those negotiating points that allow you to do something today and even raise capital and not do it without
or maybe,
really taking a hit.
Or maybe, in the case
doing
of this
a hybrid.
right as you're about to start the construction of that modular facility, they say, well, actually, what if instead we take that $600 million stadium and we break it into multiple phases? And so we have a way to build to our aspirational goal, but we're kind of moving along the way. We actually, I mean, that's something I think that really we get excited about, is how can we design to meet the need where they are now, but also well into the future, and so that over time they can essentially construct and develop to meet as the trend or as that goal increases.
And then what do we build first?
We're like,
well, do the facilities that have the locker rooms and that have everything that really matters in the permanent, and then we'll do all the seating and all the area around as modular for now, and that's where you're going to save the money. So we come in and actually help decide what we invest now, and we design it in a way, even though it's half modular and half conventional, so that the conventional stays, and then you just move the modular, but you already fully designed the final conventional stadium, so you don't have to modify what you've already built. Another thing it's very important that we talk to clients about is to be able to do things like programs and clinics and free academies for local youth. You can create parks and river walks so that then you can have this place that kind of closes the gap between the pros and the young fans, so that the women's pro teams can really influence the next generation. And the building doesn't just become a stadium that you go to, but also a place that has an infrastructure that people can have access for, in which the pro teams and the technical teams can actually go and help generate future athletes. So you can see that entire park and riverwalk that we're creating
divisive thing or something that's more about entitlement, if you will. Instead, it's really an active participant with the community. Literally, the community's living room is how we think of this.
So safety and sustainability is something that today we need to think about any building type that we're going to do. It's something that it's on the table. We all need to do something about it, and as architects and designers, we need to be right there. So this is a project we're doing in Fort Worth, in which we are thinking of all the typical things that you can imagine, like green building practices and solar panels and efficient energy and sustainable energy and water conservation measures. But there's another aspect which is really interesting, is that those two grandstands that you see in the middle here, that's an existing stadium which is almost 100 years old, in which we're integrating and doing adaptive reuse. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, so as Christian was saying, there's many levels to sustainability, and we certainly make that something that's a focus of our practice, how we can respond to the environment, have energy efficient solutions, water efficiency, everything that's more on the technical side. But one of the most sustainable things we can do is actually reuse an existing structure, right? So in the case of this project, those two grandstands are already existing. They aren't necessarily in a condition that would support a world-class experience today, but with less investment, we can bring those to a level that they not only would support sort of the the viability of a unique fan experience in a proper way, but also we can kind of meet the need from a financial sustainability aspect for the club owner and for the city here. And so that we can kind of take advantage of that existing structure, bring it and restore it back to amazing life. And at the same time, the way we think about this is it's kind of a less active facility right now, but what we're trying to do is create something that's sustainable in terms of a community asset well into the future. So it becomes something that can house a multitude of events, including a women's team that will go there. But also, you can see we're incorporating elements like multifamily apartments, retail, dining, entertainment, and hotel and hospitality that kind of complete the overall form and really generate new life into this project and the community.
That's a really good point. So when we talk about kind of using clever design to help our clients and help the community, it's not just, we mentioned some technological aspects and some technical aspects. Sometimes it's as simple as this. There wasn't a big budget for this project. They wanted to use these two existing grandstands from a building that has historical value as well, which is interesting. And they wanted a 10,000 seater that can be expanded to 20,000 that has that kind of Coliseum enveloping feel. That's very expensive. So we helped them talk with development partners that could do residential, that could do hotel, and we've designed it in a way that actually creates that Coliseum feel. And we also created a loop around, because this is an area where there's a lot of universities and there's an area that doesn't have a lot of nightlife. And we said, why don't we make this a civic and entertainment district where you can have farmers markets and art walks, and at night you have musicians walking the streets with the sax, and you have clubs and cafes and all these things that you're lacking there, with the coolness of having a stadium in the middle. And then if you create a hotel, go talk to the hotel guys. This isn't just another hotel in town. This is the hotel that's overlooking the pitch. And you can see in game day, you have the best seat in the house, and off game day, it's really cool to see people practicing and playing there. So that's one of the things that we did. And all of the retail that you see here becomes the event experience during the game. So one of the things that we're going to get into is safety, and safety of being able to do proper lighting, to be able to do efficient crowd management, and also providing very good access to public transportation and safe access, so you can have families, you can have young children going to the women's game. You can see here, for example, on the bottom, that we have areas that the fences, that it's completely open, so it becomes this entertainment loop 24/7, so to speak, when there's no game day. But when the game day happens, the fence is closed, the sport bar turns into one of the party terraces, and everything within that loop is a stadium experience. That's the stadium, and everything in there is controlled. So if you have the safe access into the stadium, from the moment you're in there, you're in a district, you're in this neighborhood, but actually you're in the stadium as well. So that was, I think, a very clever moment. So support for female entrepreneurs and vendors is really important.
So I can speak
You can
to
talk
this.
about the neighborhoods, yeah.
So there's a sort of a general concept that we like to implement in all of our projects, and it's certainly a way that really can engage local female entrepreneurs and vendors. But we're really thinking about each of our stadium solutions as a series of neighborhoods. So within a community, you have that unique environment that everyone wants to be at to relax, or that unique environment that people go to for the best type of food or the best type of drink or whatever that may be, art, so forth. So what we're trying to do in all of our stadiums really is kind of take that sort of those best neighborhood moments and infuse those into the stadium to create unique experiences, but also that have a local sort of flair and connection, specifically in this case tied to female entrepreneurs and vendors. So this is an example of a project where we're doing this, and it's been very successful and really something that we like to do in all our projects.
So yeah, like I was mentioning before, we talk to our clients and we suggest things. And we say, if you're going to create these neighborhoods that are a reflection of your town, which they were super happy about, you want to have the flavors, the smells, the tastes, the brands that you have in your town, and you want your community to have that. Well, if it's a women's team stadium, you need to have entrepreneurs and vendors that are women, and you need to create a certain amount or a certain percentage of it that are women, because they're going to be reflecting the community that is in, and you're really going to be able to create those experiences that you're looking to do to match what the audience really wants to see. And obviously it has a community benefit, and it amplifies the messaging of the team as well. This video we're going to show you is of Tidewater Stadium that we touched on before. We showed you the training facility. One of the things that I think it shows well is how these stadiums, and not every stadium obviously, but it's a trend that's happening right now, can become these entertainment facilities with a wide range of a wide menu of places that you can go before the game, during the game, and after the game to have a beer, and they have many different options. You can see how the stadium becomes a community hub and a place that is not just for game time, but it's a lot more than that. And it actually there's two sides of that coin. One obviously is the fan experience in the community, and the other side is for an owner, you're diversifying yourself and you're creating a lot more commercial and revenue generating opportunities as well. So it makes your project much more sustainable. The team generate more revenue, and then you can invest in the women's team as well. So those are things that we're trying to do. One of the things that's really important is, and you can see it, this is a stat of WSL, I think it was 23, 24. About 35% of the revenue that was generated was through sponsorship and commercial opportunities. So when we're looking at the stadium, we know that that is true. So that's another aspect that's really important for us, is that if the stat is it's going to be 686 million annual revenue by 2033 in Europe, and we're seeing very similar things in the US, how can we, in these facilities, in these stadiums, create more opportunities so you can generate more revenue, so then you can bring it back into your club and into the sport itself. You want to talk about some of these things?
What's the next one?
So the next one is the final video.
I'm good. I think that
you're good?
This is it.
Okay, so the next video we're going to show you, it's the final clip. We're not going to bore you anymore. And this clip, I think, this is for the larger stadium that we talked about, that we showed you the modular. So that's going to be the final product. And here you're going to be able to see two things. You're going to be able to see how many opportunities there is to have digital displays. So nowadays, we're really, really kind of favoring to have digital displays everywhere rather than have it printed graphics on the columns and everywhere. And part of the reason is because if you're having stadiums that are for men and for women, you want to be able to transform everything to the audience that's coming. So both the colors, but also the content. And if you're looking at people that are going to be investing in advertising and things like that, if they know that you're highly targeting the audience and what you're showing, you can do that at a press of a button. And nowadays with AI, there's many services that actually you pay for, and they just manage that, and they know exactly, depending on the event, if there's a concert and there's a certain game or what it may be, what that content that's being pushed. So you're going to see how many opportunities there are in terms of these screens. And the other thing is when you create these sports-anchored mixed-use developments that have retail, that have hospitality, that have residential, that have the before-game experience with retail and restaurants and the after-game experience, and people stay in the stadiums and eat on the roof and do all these things, how many commercial opportunities there are now beyond just the pitch and the stadium and the game and buying a beer during the middle of the game that are going to be able to bring revenue opportunities. And it's good to have a partner that actually can do that, and you see some of this.
Well, real quick, and I know I said move on, but I think the key part here is, and you saw it in the sort of reflected in the number of the project examples we showed you, is that the sort of the energy and the vibrancy and the life that's created with the facility, whatever it may be, really drives the potential for increased revenue happening around it. And certainly for a lot of the clubs that we're working on, that's a paramount, because the project, the real estate investment, the sort of the ancillary uses like we're talking about here, that's what actually makes the project sustainable and keeps it sort of sustainable moving forward. So it's a key aspect.
Yeah, we're collaborating with you, with the players, with the team owners, with the community to create experiences. And here you see many of those.
I think we took one.
So I don't know if we have any time for any questions.
I think we already went twice our time, probably.
Okay.
But,
so anybody that has any questions, they can come up to us afterwards, and we'd love to.
How can I get one of those? Come talk to us. We'll help you for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. If there are those questions, you could do them at lunch because now it's time for lunch.
Yeah,
so.
we don't want to be in the way of lunch.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, guys. now everyone wants to go to another
They're too
level of
relaxed
relax
now.
to prepare. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, so I think I know most people in the room. If you don't know me, my name is Sam Adams. I'm a high performance coach, so I work with high performers as a life coach, and I'm also a breathwork facilitator. Yesterday, when I ran the panel, I got everyone to do a little bit of breathwork as we just calmed it down and we got ourselves focused. But I'm sensing there's a bit of a slump. Because if you're probably feeling like I am, a nice lunch, might have had a little bit of wine. It's Friday afternoon, the sun's shining, but we have an amazing session here, and it would be great to have your attention for it and for these amazing speakers that are about to come on stage. So we're going to do a little bit of breath work, and you might be thinking, how's breath work going to help me energize myself and get focused? So we're just going to do 3 minutes of breath work. So like yesterday, I'd love your participation. You can stay seated. Put down your phones, Christina, and the man behind you. I don't know what his name is, but sorry I called you out. Sorry? Dimitris. Thank you. So in your chairs, just sit upright. Get your spines nice and straight without being rigid. Drop your shoulders, nice and relaxed. Well done. If you feel comfortable to do so, you can lower your gaze or close your eyes. It's better to close your eyes if you can, because it just cuts out all the other senses around you, and we're just going to be focusing on our breath right now. And we're going to do this little breath exercise, which I call 3, 2, 1. It absolutely has a much better name than that, but I can't remember it. You can place one hand on your belly if you feel comfortable to do that. And what we're doing, we're going to breathe in through our nose for a count of 3. And this is not a like that. It's just a gentle breathe in through your nose for the count of 3, and then breathe out through your mouth for the count of 3. We're going to do that 4 times round. Then we're going to go to the count of 2. Breathe in for the count of 2 through your nose. Out through the mouth for the count of 2, 4 times round. There's a bit of a pattern here. And then finally, you're going to breathe in for the count of 1 and out for the count of 1. So by the end of it, when we get to the 1, we'll be going, and that's where the energy really picks up. Normally, we'd do that 10 times round. We don't have time for that today. We're just going to do 4 at 3, 4 at 2, and 4 at 1. And then you'll be so energized for this amazing bunch of people, and you're going to give them a massive round of applause. So, upright, hand on belly, relax your shoulders, get your spine nice and straight, close your eyes or lower your gaze. And we're just going to breathe in. Here we go. In for the count of 3, 2, 3. Out through your mouth for the count of 3, 2, 3. In through your nose for the count of 3, 2, 3. Out through your mouth for the count of 3, 2, 3. In through the nose, count of 3, 2, 3. Out through the mouth, count of 3, 2, 3. In through the nose, count of 3, 2, 3. Out through the mouth, 2, 3. In through the nose, 2, 3. Out through the mouth, 2, 3. In through the nose, 2, 3. Out through the mouth, 2, 3. In through the nose, 2, 3. Out through the mouth, 2, 3. One final time round on the 3s. In for 3, out for 3. In for 3, 2, 3. Out for 3, 2, 3. In for 3, 2, 3. Out for 3, 2, 3. Final time, and then out for 3. Now we're going to speed it up. We're going to go in for the count of 2, out for the count of 2. In for 2, out for 2. In for 2, out for 2. In for 2, out for 2. And round again. In for 2, out for 2. In for 2, out for 2. In for 2, out for 2. Third time round, start again. In for 2, out for 2. In for 2, out for 2. In for 2, out for 2. Now it gets fun because we're going to 1. So in, out, in, out, in, out. Just want you to do that. Use your mouth if it feels better to do so. Don't slump, sit upright. Really engage your diaphragm. So where your hand is, just between your belly button and your lower rib cage, get your hand there. Feel the air come in there. Keep going around like that for a couple more seconds. On the final one, when you do the exhale, I want you to go, like a lion. Go. Oh, come on. Louder than that. Here we go. That's much better. Thank you for your attention. Please welcome Pauline.
Thank you, Sam. I feel very good. Feeling very fresh, ready to go for day 3, Marios, if we want. Very nicely done. All right, let's get on. We have 2 panels to go. This one, club development in women's football. Pauline is moderating, and you would have seen she's done a fantastic job behind the scenes. Now she comes on to moderate this very interesting panel, and she's joined by Jan and Rebecca at Wolfsburg. They're both involved in global partnerships there, and Steph from Lewis FC, who's the commercial manager. Welcome, Pauline and team.
Thank you. Are you going to sit? You guys can sit. You sure?
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay.
I was about to say, I was inside.
Thank you, Sam, for the session. I hope everyone is energized. And yeah, let's start the session. Slides. Please. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to kind of start the session with a very simplified business cycle for a sports organization. So you start with presenting a good on-field product, a sporting product, and then hopefully that will attract fans. And then with that, you have the eyeballs that would attract sponsors. And then with sponsors, you have investment, and hopefully you will reinvest that back into the team, allowing a better sporting product. And with that in mind, I would like to talk about Wolfsburg. As we all know, the women's team at Wolfsburg is so much more successful than the men's team. So I just would like to ask you, how has that sporting success helped you to acquire new sponsors and also build strong relationships with them?
Yeah, sure, thanks. I think in general, we have seen a tremendous growth in the last couple of years when it comes to the revenues and the general momentum of women's football, obviously. In our specific case, and I think we all have probably seen that, the Euros in 22 in the UK, they basically were really like, they charged everything off. Like, since then, the growth is tremendous. We've seen the revenues increase, the companies that are getting into the field, everyone wants to be somehow involved, and that is great to see. Whereas, I would say 3 to 4, maybe 5 years ago, even in our case, and it is true, you said it, like, historically our women's team is much more successful than the men's team when it comes to titles and so on, but still 4 or 5 years ago, and even in our case, it was a situation that the sponsorship assets of the women's team were still rather, let's say, a throw-in, like an add-on gimmick for the bigger partnerships. And it's not necessarily that the companies were specifically looking for those. So there we could really see it was probably more like a charity thing. Okay, put in the women's stuff as well, and then it's like you have the complete club. But now we really see that we sign individual companies, like companies from abroad, from the States, from China, whatsoever, who specifically want to work with the women's team, who do that for a certain case. They do it for purpose reasons, but also because they see the business case behind that. That is, of course, a tremendous development that we're seeing there. That helps us a lot, of course, with the position that we still have as Viva Wolfsburg in like the world order of women's football, that we can now really monetize that. So what we built up for years now really comes to fruition, basically.
Thank you for that. And always happy to hear that the women's team is like a perfect example to prove that the cycle, when you put money into the women's team, you will have a good sporting product and you will attract more money into the team.
Which is true, but by the way, actually, I mean, in our case, we have been a successful team 10 years ago as well. Like, yeah. We've had our prime like 2013, 14 when we won the Champions League, but the money was not there. Like, it's not necessarily that sporting success alone relates to higher revenues or higher sponsorships, because we have been there. It's more like the general momentum that we have right now, and luckily the public perception of women's football, that now it's like a culmination, everything comes together, but we also were not able to do it before. So.
But times are changing for the better. Next one, I'd love to talk about Lewis FC, who gives a crap. Obviously not.
You need to give context.
Okay,
for that.
yes, of course. So the jersey sponsor, who gives a crap? Obviously not every team is comfortable with having the word crap on their jersey. And this is a toilet paper company, and that was a very clever activation to support the sponsors. So I would just like to ask you, Steph, how have you leveraged creativity in building those relationships and activating sponsors to really communicate the values of your brand?
So we're not a badging up club, so we always go campaigns first and then assets second, or third or fourth. Like, not many people may know this, but like our biggest sponsor is Zero, and they don't have our front of shirt. Like, they have like really meaningful campaigns, loads of creativity. They use our voice and they contextualize their product, and creativity and context and story and purpose, that's not the secret sauce, that is the actual product. Because then it's not a partnership, then it's advertising, and advertising can be cheap. You don't need to do it via us. So if I just look at that picture, like there's so much happening there, it like literally makes me tired looking at that, because there's just so many layers of like things we were selling, things we're saying, we're telling a local story, a global story. The shirt was designed by Who Gives a Crap as well, so we gave them our away shirt to design 4 weeks before going into production, guys, like before our launch, actually. So it's, yeah, so creativity is at the heart of literally everything we do, and women's football can be so much fun and joyful if we want it to be, and that's where we're monetizing, right? Like, so that's, yeah, that's the product.
I love it. And when you're being more creative, you can be more authentic. That word has been used many times today. And I think that is true too. You can better communicate with your audience when you're being authentic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. And next one, moving on to the Strong Her project. This is something kind of like a follow-up from last year's session. And whenever we think about social responsibility projects, we think we're just throwing money away, or it's like just a charity thing that we do. But in this case, I would love to know more, how has the social responsibility project helped you generate revenue for the women's team?
Yeah, well, so first, for all the people that don't know what's Strong Her, so Strong Her is a program that we develop in the club, which is a program focused on girls from disadvantaged communities or with low resources. In this case, we have Strong Her in Chattanooga first. That in Chattanooga, the community comes from a migrant background. So, of course, for them, the resources are limited, the conditions are limited, and therefore, they are in disadvantage in the society. So what we do with Strong Her is that we offer football sessions, but football is just a vehicle to get more things. So it has also a mentoring part and an educational part, and we achieve these things with the help of our sponsors, but also working with the NGO, locals NGO, and yeah, so that's in Chattanooga. It has been running for 2 years. In Mexico, it has been running for 1 year. Well, now we are starting the second. And in Mexico, the context is a little bit different. They are also with limited resources, but for example, in Mexico, they are not a migrant community. In Mexico, we have a Strong Her in a very, very tiny villa close to the Popocatépetl volcano. So they are very isolated communities. So the necessities are different. They have lack of water, lack of resources. They don't always have enough time to study because they have to go and harvest like at 5 a.m. in the morning or 6 a.m. in the morning. So you have to also be aware of the context whenever you want to make a social program like this. So therefore, one of the main parts for doing this kind of programs is having an NGO, a local NGO that knows the local problems, the local problems, but also to be sensible enough to know how to address the community, how to connect with the community, and also gain the trust of the people as well. So for us, that has been one of the main things to build this program. But also, having a social program like this, it's a different perspective now for brands. Because I have seen that many times they are like, okay, maybe let's have a program with the eco perspective, ecological or green perspective or so on. But what does it mean to really have an impact in what you are doing? So I think for us it's really important
first to really connect with the program, to really believe from the inside in the program, and to have a meaningful impact. So for brands, of course, once we do this meaningful impact, it's easier for them to trust in this kind of programs. So for them, it's easier to be able to see instead of just hearing, like, okay, it's just another program that will offer soccer sessions, right? So that has been one of the main things that has helped us to grow this program, the visibility it has had, but also that the partners can be part of it. So, sorry, the microphone is a little bit loose. Okay, so Strong Her, it's football sessions that happen all the year. And with our coaches, they help us to establish this mentoring part, working with the values and the philosophy of Wolfsburg or the team itself. But also, we have worked in doing partnership with some universities in order to offer as well some scholarships for the educational part. So it's like a program that has so many different parts of an ecosystem that help us build something very integral. So now we have seen through the years that for companies, it's very appealing to have this type of programs because sometimes, for example, some of the assets can be, I don't know, you can have a marketing campaign, social media campaign, LED, and so on. But does that really make an impact in the company? Or maybe, for example, in this case, that we have this Strong Her program in Puebla, close to the factory of our sponsors, for example, close to Volkswagen. EDAC is another of our partners. CC is another of our partners. They just can go and visit this program whenever they want. So they are making an impact in the community where they also have their factories, where they are also working and they have the employees and the people. So it's something more tangible, sort of saying. So, yeah, I mean, from Strong Her, that's mainly the thing. But also for me, I think it's really nice to see that once you have this program and you really identify with the values of the club, then also you start attracting people that share the same vision and the same values.
Yeah, and I think that's the way to go together and go further. When you have people that share your vision, share your values, and you can create something bigger.
Yeah, definitely.
And the next part is more kind of like one question and any of you can answer. And I would just love to know, because, okay, background again. So in this past year, we've seen that a lot of football clubs, backtrack again. So in America, the men's team and the women's team, they are not under the same umbrella. So they don't face the same struggles as European teams. In this past year, we have seen that many clubs, they just decided to cut the budget for the women's team or just straight up just cutting the team like altogether. So I would like to talk about what is financial sustainability to you, like in terms of the women's team, and like what standards do you have to achieve in order to kind of like say, oh, we are going to be better next year and then be able to sustain your program and also improve your program.
Shall I go first? So Lewis is a fan-owned club. So some of my very big bosses are in this room. So Sam pays £50 a year to be my boss, and Carly pays £50 a year to be my boss. Don't know where Carly is. So we've got 2,500 owners, and they're based in 41 countries all around the world. This means that at the moment, we're not investor-led, so we don't have like a stream of money that comes in when we need it, or when we're desperate, or when we're not hand-to-mouth. So it means people like me have to work pound for pound for every single thing that we are doing. So we've done really well on sponsorships. We're so grateful, using the exact same methods as you guys, just like being aligned and having a purpose and having people who can not only advertise with you, but can also grow your product and endorse you and champion you. So that's a really important revenue stream as well. Mm-hmm. But, in the space of being authentic, it is really hard. I think, it's super hard. So there's, how many T-shirts do I have to sell to compete with, somebody who's got a Premier League club within their team? It's really hard work. So for me, like defining financial sustainability is being able to breathe. At the moment, we are breathing, but we need more owners, guys. £50 a year. You need to be shameless when you're doing my job.
Yes. Hopefully, we'll be breathing.
Yeah.
The breathwork session that we did, many more breath, a lot more deeper breath, and be able to grow together. And what about from the Wolfsburg side?
I think it's actually pretty interesting now from the setup, because we're so different from the way the clubs are set up. I think we cannot even properly answer that question, because we have this unique situation that we are owned by Volkswagen. There has never been a debate or an actual debate of cutting the team or whatsoever. And of course, financial sustainability for us would mean that the team, like the women's team and maybe parenthesis, so we represent VfL Wolfsburg as a whole. So we're not working on the women's or the men's side. We basically cover all the teams, even though we tend to work closer with the women's team with our projects. But therefore, in our context, the team is safe, so to say, and we have like a constant revenue flow because of that. And nevertheless, it's an interesting discussion, the question that you're voicing, because in our case, I think it's even rather the matter, is financial sustainability even achievable in a realistic way? And is it even desirable to a certain extent? Because for us, it's more about, okay, we would need more investment actually right now if you want to compete and continue to compete with these cycles that are getting quicker and quicker and quicker. So of course, for us, it would be financial sustainability that the women's team as an individual entity, if they cover all the expenses and make a little bit of a profit, then I would say, while keeping in mind like governance, social, environmental causes, that would be for us financial sustainability of the team. But in our context, in our situation, it's not necessarily that we really work towards that, because we just have such a unique setup with our company.
All right. I'm going to steal Kelly's phrase from this morning, that we have been sprinting a marathon in women's football. And this question is related to mistakes. What mistakes have you made in the past, and what are some lessons learned so that we don't make those mistakes again?
Am I going first with this one? So I'm going to talk about green flags before red flags, just to give it a positive stint. And I'm talking within the context of like my department, which is like the commercial department. So when negotiating with Who Gives a Crap, one of the things which is really evident from like literally the first 2 meetings was that it was every single person in the company was really invested in the sponsorship. So whether that's the founder, who literally 2 weeks ago flew over to do work in our garden, like we wine and dine really well at Lewis, to like, literally people in every single department were so excited and so invested, and they're non-football people. So, like, I feel one of my own personal mistakes that I've made in the past with sponsorship is not, maybe getting ownership of, like, the sponsorship team and their enthusiasm, but maybe not going to every single level and every single department, because I feel for a partnership to really work, everyone in the company needs to be, like, involved. And then the second green flag was how much money they were putting aside for their activation budgets. So like when I first started off, that was never on my mindset, because you're trying to get the resource in, but then you're not thinking of like how well they could be activated. But the money they've put aside for activations, that will generate revenue in our own football club. So for instance, they did a match day takeover, and it was where we encouraged people to wear like occasion wear that was in their wardrobe that they never took out, because that's the least sustainable clothing in our wardrobe. So we encouraged people to wear wedding dresses and ball gowns and tuxes, and we called it football. Hope you get that. So that like our attendance was like the highest it's been this season, and it was like 20% above what our average is at the moment, for instance. With the shirt that we've allowed them to design, like the shirt sales that we've had so far this year, we have almost reached online the number of shirts that we sold like last season, and that's just via like their team working on like activations and using resource, and not relying the club to come up with like, or we give them so many ideas, but it's like they're feeding back and we're working as a team. So again, in the past, I've taken on sponsorships where I've not checked the activation budget, or I've not checked like where they want to go with it. So so putting a positive spin by green flags, but I've had red flags that I wasn't experienced enough to notice like in the past. Yeah. So it was honest, you guys.
How honest shall we be? Maybe because you also initially phrased the question like also on the operation, like on the management level of the team, like if we see any mistakes. And I think if we're completely transparent and honest, and I guess this is a safe space here, and we can talk openly. And I think especially again, like speaking about our situation as a club, because of course that's the one that we know best. I think right now women's football is just crazy. Like it is so fast moving. And I think, for example, in our case, even though we're still recognized as one of the top teams and we have been a gold standard in the industry for the last 10 to 15 years, it's getting so difficult for us to also maintain this position. It's always easier to get to the top, but staying there is really, really difficult. And I think in our case, a mistake or an issue, so to say, has probably been the lack of boldness, the lack of taking risks, because we have been there, we have been at the top. But if you not continuously continue to invest and see the trends and continue to work on that, you're just falling behind so quickly right now. It is crazy. I mean, right now, if you consider almost just a year ago, we were in the Champions League final. We played Barcelona. We were up 2-0 at halftime. Lost the game 2-3. Thanks, Pedro. We were on top. Like we were competing with Barcelona. That is our expectation. Now, 1 year later, we did not qualify for the Champions League last season, which was really rough. And now you already feel like that from a position where we were the ones being chased for many, many years, we are already now in a position of being the ones who chase. So it's like, if you cannot keep up right now, you're falling behind so quickly. And I think right now it's really all about, the learning is probably like you have to have this continuous flywheel effect. Like you really need incremental change all the time, but on an accelerated pace, because otherwise you're just falling behind. That is, of course, difficult. But that is the method that we're dealing with right now.
And that's, I think, the difference between like what the football side was saying this morning with marathon, with the comparison. Like in commercial, we do need to constantly be sprinting, or else we're like left behind. So, like I feel it is a sprint.
Could be interval workouts. You sprint and you take a break, pause, check in, and then sprint again. All right, thank you for that. And the next question is kind of related to that. Under the same umbrella, management, do you think you've made compromises in the past that you wish you didn't? Like in terms of club management, maybe the club prioritized the men's team over the women's team? So just talking about compromises.
I mean, for me, in my opinion, in general, one of the main issues has been, not just from our club, but in general, many clubs, is the lack of gender perspective. So it's always very mainly focused and that they have to win and all the sponsors go to them and all the money and the resources and the attention and so on. And the women football is like, okay, so the leftovers, you can take them, no? So for me, that's a main issue, that the attention is still not there, the resources are still not there, but also that's what makes us compromise, that sometimes even us in our positions, we have to dedicate most of our time in doing things for the male team rather than for the women's team. So that has been a challenge as well, but also for me personally as well, something that is very important and that I have been thinking recently is that for the female environment or the female team, is not just the players, what it takes to make it grow, or the people in leadership positions, but also all the women behind that structure, all the women that are in media, all the women that are a part of the sponsorship, all the women that are in marketing, sales, whatever. So we also have to take over a little bit more those positions in order to make it grow together and to receive more attention.
Yes, more women in sports. And from our conversation previously, what I really respect about Lewis is that not only are you known as Equality FC, you really take that into your daily operations. So I just want to know, how has leading with your women's team helped you like build relationships with sponsors and activate them?
So like impact and our USP is like at the heart of like absolutely every single decision that we make. I feel having not just impact, but having a USP as a football club is really important. Like sometimes we don't think of football clubs as businesses, but that identity, that USP, the impact you're creating on the world is so important. And we take that impact, which is, you know, we want football to be more equal, we want more women in football within every campaign we do, every pitch, every bit of merch, like literally every single decision that's in the club is around equality, basically, and you know, it's working, really.
Love it, definitely. So I always like to end my sessions or presentations, whatever, with best practice or key takeaways. Can each one of you share your best practice that has helped you in this business, in this industry, and or just key takeaways for the audience?
So, okay, maybe we can do, each its own best practice. But for me, what I have realized that it works pretty well is the people you are working with. Like, your network, your connections are essential to make it possible. So internally, but also externally with your, for example, us that we belong to the international sales department, or we do sponsors. So the people that we are making the partnership with, those people are also very essential to really make programs like Stronger work. So, because otherwise it's like rowing in a boat on the same, everyone on the same side, so you need to compensate and to have different perspectives that integrate a wholesome in order to be able to go in one direction altogether and not be going around in circles. So for me, the connections, the people, and also that all that people have the same vision, goals, and values, that has been one of the best things that I have had.
Yeah.
I can probably relate to that, to what you said just now, but also what you said earlier regarding our Stronger project, which is for me a best case in this situation, because I think with all the things that we also discussed before, the issues in the sport, also like the always quicker getting circles and cycles, like it is so fast moving, and success is not guaranteed anymore. Everyone is leveling up, like, which is great because the sport is growing, but there's way more competition. And I think that's one of our goals as well, because it is so unpredictable, especially moving forward, to try to a certain extent at least, getting more independent from the sportive success. Because we, first of all, we cannot guarantee that at all. And we have to deal with, well, basically with the hand that we're getting. So building projects, like purpose-driven projects like Stronger, where you can monetize a completely new audience afterwards, but creating impact first, and then attached to what she said, or related to finding the right people, the right companies, the right mindsets to work with. That is actually a fresh breather in this industry right now, where everything is so fast-paced. That would also be, for me, like a best-case example on how it could work.
No, absolutely. I think that's also what the summit is about, like bringing together the right people, the like-minded individuals together and create something more. And Steph?
I think somebody's already mentioned this, or it may have been in one of the many conversations I've had, but like, if you're not using your creativity, if you're not using women's football as its own identity and its own entity, and if you're not using your own context and your own identity, then there's money left on the table, and you're not, you know, you're not working to your full advantage, really. And I feel if one of us is winning, then all of us are winning. And we, as you know, women's football in general, we do undervalue ourselves a little bit more. Like, all of us need to be earning more money, and all of us need to be getting bigger sponsorships. So I feel just like knowing your worth and asking for more, and being bold and brave with asking for as much money as we possibly can. Because, yeah, like I said, if one of us does that and the price is here, then all of us win, and then that's better for everyone, better facilities, better care, better everything.
Absolutely.
So,
if you don't ask, you don't get. So keep asking and keep getting more. And with that, I will close this session. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Marius, just one minute. Yeah, guys, just do 1 minute. Speak for 1 minute. You just speak 1 minute while I get set up.
Congratulations, Perlene. That was a really great moderation there. Thank you very much again. As we get ready for the next session.
Well.
Thank you.
I was curious, though. Is anyone going to be around tomorrow? I know a lot of you are flying, and I was looking at your schedule. Evie, I know you're going to be still in town. The reason I'm asking is I'm taking, a bunch of us are going to Ajax Stadium tomorrow, right, and to the Museum of the Greek Refugee Experience. and to Ajax's amazing stadium about its own history. So if any of you are going to come with me, let me know now, because I have to reserve us. It'll be at about 11:30. 11:30. So let me know. It's something I just came up with, but for those who are here, it's a great experience. You know, you're leaving, aren't you? Don't leave. Well, okay, well, let me know. Well, listen, this was an amazing morning and early afternoon that we've had already. I think we've learned a lot about club development, and we see, for example, I, who am very much knowing what's going on in the United States, we see incredible growth in the valuations of the clubs overnight. We've talked about that before, how just a few years ago you could buy into a club in the NWSL for $2 million, and yet right now, just a few years later, San Diego just sold at $113 million cash, $120 million valuation, which just a few months later now is at $132 million, right? Los Angeles, the Angel City, just sold with a valuation of $250 million. That's the most expensive women's sports club in the world, and that in a few months is going to be over $300 million. Kansas City is at $182 million. They just built their own stadium, and they have athletic facilities just tailored to their women's team. We're seeing amazing growth, which brings the NWSL at a league valuation at over $1.5 billion, right? So when someone tells you about investment into women's football, now is the time. That's why all these funds are gathering in order to invest in the women's game. And now it is less expensive to do so, right? To join the NWSL right now, it's easily going to be over the last valuation. The last amount to franchise fee was in the 50s. Now it will be easily in the 70s and 100 million in order to just join the NWSL. And now with the new USL Super League coming in, much less expensive to join that, but those numbers are going to go up. And this is what we're starting to see in Europe also, where you have Michelle Kang, who was in Athens the last few days, buying clubs, Mercury 13, our friends, Victoire, and all the others there. We had Como woman here over these days. We're seeing an incredible influx of money into women's football. That's what we've always predicted. That's what we've always wanted. And we say, what took you so long? Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, for your attention. We're about to bring on our next session, which will be introduced more properly by Adriano, but it is on ownership and investment into the women's game, which is what we're talking about, right? And we see that when it's done right, the results are there. Angel City, before they even kicked one ball, had raised $35 million in sponsorship. They had 15,000 season ticket holders. They've gone to the point now that they can raise in revenue over $1 million per match, in everything that involves, with average ticket prices being in just around $45. But when I bought a ticket a little while ago, it was $225 each, because then how many people want to go to the game, what tickets are available, and parking $50 for your car. That's women's football, right? And that's what we're seeing right now. So as we get ready to have more on investment, just remember, women's football is serious business. We treat it like serious business, and the more we give it coverage, the more we give it the respect it deserves, then the more we'll be able to create in terms of investment, in terms of coverage, and in terms of giving our girls and women the safe and professional environments and professionals around them that they deserve. Okay? Thank you, everyone.
Perfectly said, Marios. Can't believe we're already here, our final panel for 2024. We'll get everyone seated. No more breath work required. We're all energized, ready to go. David, I'll pass it over to you. Ownership of women's football teams to close out the summit for this year. Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you, sir. Come on, Middle-earth, give us some energy. Yeah, thank you. Everybody's awake.
Testing. Can we hear? Yeah.
We're here.
We're here. Good. Hi everyone. It's us and then a swim, I'm told. Oh.
Whoa.
Not swimming.
Wake up.
All right, so we're not sure when that's going to happen to each of you, but it happened to me already, so now it's your turn. Anyway, so it's the last panel today, but we are hoping to keep this very active, very alive, and I'm joined today by two phenomenal speakers as well. We're just going to do a quick set of introductions in a moment, but before we jump into it, as Marius said, this is now about ownership, it's about investment, it's about what's needed moving forward, and what does it mean to actually be in those positions of ownership as well, in terms of controlling a club, and I'm hoping we can talk at every level, both from an advisory side externally, being part of a club internally, but also from an ownership perspective as well. And trying to knit this all together, there's obviously opportunity here. There's obviously problems, we know that, but we're here to talk about the opportunities. And I'm really hoping we can shed light on some of the problems in a hard talk fashion. So what I mean here is, we're not going to be polite about this. We're going to be honest. We're going to be truthful. We're going to have some of the difficult conversations today. And I think we're going to be leaving here wanting that swim, but also wanting to take some homework away with us so that we can talk about this a bit more when we get home as well. So with that, I'll start by introducing myself and hopefully set the tone for introductions for each of you as well. So thanks for having us. My name is David Olfrey. I am based in London. I'm a lawyer by trade. I'm a partner at a law firm called Adelshaw Goddard. I head up our global sustainability practice, so ESG, environment, social governance. I also was one of the founding partners to the Center for Sport and Human Rights, which works globally, bringing together organizations to drive the human rights agenda within the world of sport. Primarily mega sport, but also increasingly, I should say, federated and grassroots level as well. So with that, Ariana, can I hand over to you for a quick intro?
Yeah, my name is Ariane Hinks. A lot of people just call me Ari because it's shorter. It's basically Ariane, is only when my mom yells at me because I've done something wrong. I used to be a professional soccer player. I call it professional, even though back in the days we were far away from professional, not from our mindset, but from everything involved. And after my career, I moved on being a coach, assistant coach for Wolfsburg as well, for the youth national team. And then I had the opportunity to become an investor, and we talk about that a little bit later, because Germany and investments and ownerships in football, you might think, oh, that's impossible. But anyway, me and 6 women, we took over a women's team in Berlin, Victoria Berlin, and that's why I'm wearing this shirt. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit later.
Awesome.
Great. I'm Ollie Finlay. I am in really my second career in sport. My first career was as initially a physio and then a performance director in football, in women's football, men's football, but then Formula One, tennis, track and field, NHL, basketball, the lot. So I came from the performance side and then moved into the business side over the last sort of 5, 6, 7 years. And in this context, what my company Beautiful Game Group do, we advise clients that are looking to acquire teams or clients that have teams they're looking to divest stakes in, and really looking at how the deals are structured, looking at really matchmaking. You know, as a willing investor, what does success look like to you? Is it that you are passionate about a sport and a team and you want to be part of that community? Is it a vehicle that you want to leverage, you know, your existing business and use to develop your business? Is it an area that I have clients that are new to countries that want to create some sort of political influence, or start to build their business connections through owning a team. So there's lots of different motivations, and it's our job really to help find the right opportunities that are values matched and opportunity matched, and then look at the risk profile of the asset and looking really to find an asset that has potential value, opportunity for lifting the valuation. So that's a bit about what
so you've clearly set the stage now for Ari, for you to come back in now. So what was your motivation for the investment? Let's start there.
Okay, I try to make it as short as possible, but actually it's a really long story. So all of us in this room have heard of Angel City FC. If you haven't, I don't know where have you been the last few years. When this was announced, there were 2 women in Berlin, and they go like, wow, what the heck is going on in America? We need this as well in Germany, and we need this in Berlin. So who do we need? How can we make this happen? How can we get a club in Berlin? And now I fast forward. So it's 6 women coming together. So one comes from the marketing business, one comes from the media business. We have 2 entrepreneurs, startups, some really big names in Germany. One comes from the corporate one, and I'm obviously the one that comes from the sporting business, being a soccer player before that. So they approached me and said, we want to set up a team in Berlin. I said, I'm in. I didn't know anything. And to be honest, when we talk about investments now in sport, I still don't really know a lot about it. But it's not up to me to know it, because I'm part of a group of great co-founders, and now our investment group is coming in bigger and bigger. So we all put in the strengths we have to catalyze it and make it successful. So what we did, not going to bore you with the rules that are in Germany, 50+1 and so on. So you can't basically own a club in Germany. But we talked to the club and said, look, we want to take over the women's team. It's Victoria Berlin. They've already been there. They've been quite okay, but they never had the money. They never had the manpower. And it was always like all the clubs in the world, first comes the men's team, and then somewhere is the women's team. So we took over the women's team and build it as a brand. So, of course, we want to be successful on the pitch. So when we started 2-3 years ago, we said within 5 years, we want to play Bundesliga. Right now, we play in the 3rd league, which is Regionalliga. We started pretty well. Then we have Union Berlin, that is a really good a big club in Germany as well, who really invested in women's soccer, which is great, just unfortunate for us and a bad timing. So they already promoted to 2nd league, so we need some more time now. Our goal is on the sporting side. This year we have to promote. We want to become first in the league and promote into 2nd league. But that's just the sporting part of it. It's more. It's about being a game changer, lifting it high. We want to build a brand. We do a lot of marketing. We want to be seen for different things. We want to see the human being. Even though we're playing in the 3rd league, we gave the players contracts. That meaning, and we talk about being honest, we're talking about a minimum salary of 500 euros. That guarantees you to be insecure, to have health insurance on a certain amount. So if you broke your ACL and you're not under contract, you're screwed. Yeah. But so we gave these players contracts, and the sad story is these 500 euros, there are clubs in the 1st league who don't even pay that much to their players. And we said, we're going to change it. Even though we are just 3rd league, we make it professional. These players should have a platform on the sporting side, but they should also have a platform outside. We all know there's a life after soccer. I don't know how long you're going to be playing. You need workers to go with. We have a mentorship program. There's so many things. Sorry, I'm using up all the time. So I get totally excited about it. And basically, I know much more about the sporting side and trying to promote it. But this is a little about investment. But as much as I know, it's a huge success. But it's just the beginning. And it's a very, very long way we have to go. It's a marathon. And even us, we need to think differently, like what can we do, how can we fundraise, how can we get new investments in, and that's why I'm here as well. It's a global stage, you want to be international, and we need to grow, and yeah, sorry about being long, but I have a lot to talk about.
For the £500 alone.
Yeah.
I think that's the kind of leadership we need to see. You said a lot of things in there, and I want to pick up on some of them in just a second. The first thing, though, that you did say that I wanted to call out was, what the heck is going on in America, I think is a common phrase that everybody has said at some point in their life. But you're absolutely correct that that did trigger an entirely different set of conversations around women's football in particular. And it's been really interesting because European football has led in so many different ways. And for the first time, we saw private equity and capital driving the conversation for women's football. The other thing I wanted to highlight, and I wanted to clarify and repeat this, because it's so important for women's football when it comes to ownership. You said this very well. You said, it's great that they got promoted. It's just bad timing for us. We have to learn to celebrate both of those clubs at the same time, which is that it's not that, oh, they should have invested in us or we should have invested more. It is fundamental that women as a sport is growing consistently. And I think when it comes to an owner's perspective, and I'd come to you in a second on this, Ollie, what does it mean to lose, but also to win while losing, or lose while winning, whichever way you look at it? as an owner, and I have views on this as well, so I'll come back in after to share some of mine. The third and last one that I did want to come back to was, what does leadership look like when you're in a position of leadership? Because I genuinely think it's a hard question to answer. It doesn't always mean we've got the best insurance premiums for our players, but something like the example of paying 500 euros in that example, you're right, it's not much, and we should all be embarrassed that that is how much League One players are still not being paid. But the fact that you have somebody saying at a lower level that we're ready to do this, and there are investors backing that concept, more importantly, for everyone who's been nervous about trying something different, there are investors ready to do that, I think is 3 fundamental points that I take away. Of course, the first one still being that America's slightly crazy sometimes. But Ollie, turning to you real quickly now. You work across as an advisor, thank you for the introduction, through various lenses. You see a lot of parts of the conversation. What I want to know is, how do you matchmake for purpose? Right? So I asked the question of Ari, why did you do this? So you've heard her reason. I want to almost play it back as a case study.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my 25 years working within teams gave me a really good insight into that. I've worked in teams with great cultures and teams where those cultures were quite toxic. And you realize that it stems from the top. And if the vision and the mission and the values and the behaviors aren't aligned and driven and demonstrated from ownership, you can start to have problems further down. And so for me, when I'm speaking to a client who's wanting to acquire a club, it's very important for me to get to know them as a human being, get to know what's important for them, and then start to find, okay, most teams in the world are available, you know, but it's finding one where the community, the established culture that's in that organization, or maybe not, but needing in that culture, that has to fit with the person you're bringing in, because otherwise, and there are a lot of brokers out there that will broker a deal, but not consider the values, not consider the fit of the person, and walk away, and in 3 years, they're already selling the team, and it's been a bit of a disaster, and that, for me, is not how I want to operate, because there's no longevity, there's no sustainability in that. So I think, you know, you have to be very careful in the asset identification and really getting to know the client.
I'm going to push you a little bit on this one.
Please do.
So, you've had somebody say to you, all right, I'm looking for a club because I've got capital to invest and I've got a daughter and she wants to play football, and I really want to have a club so that she has something that she can look at, all right? So that's scenario one, person one, identity one. And then you've got a club that says, we've had a pretty male-dominated culture because we've associated to male football for a long time, and what we're looking for is somebody to come in and change the conversation.
Right.
Can you play into me how those two pieces could work together, or if they don't work together, why they don't work together?
And this is part of a bigger change in the trend of ownership at the moment. I think when you look back at some of the owners and previous owners in the room, that was at a time where it was often a single owner, or maybe 2 owners. Now, when you look at going back to what the hell's happening in America, it's the age of the consortium. And part of that is because in the bigger teams, when you're looking at the NFL, you've got valuations of $6 billion or whatever. There are very few people that are going to lead that on their own. So you now start to have groups of people that come together. But when you're putting these consortia together, you have to make sure that there's a fit. I'm working on an NHL team deal at the moment, and we're bringing in about 6 or 7 partners. And I would say every one of those clients has said to me, I need to know who those other people around the table are. I need to know that we're values aligned. We've all got the money, and there's plenty of people out there with the money. But you have to be really careful. These people are going to work together. They're going to sit around a boardroom table together, and they're going to lift that organization up together. So, you know, you have to be really strict and say, I'm sorry you're not a fit, but we'll find someone else that is. So it's really important to make sure that you can have very different backgrounds, but you've got to make sure their values and purpose aligned.
Just to your point, the time is over there where women football is a charity, or I'm going to greenwash because I'm not going to do anything, but hey, now I'm supporting women football, which I don't actually do. I think these times are past behind us now. Thankfully, things are changing. and even the microphone is changing. And
still
I
hear
think
you.
it's a new change. So for those people coming in, just thinking it's a trend, I can jump on it, maybe it's even a good investment, I can get money back, you don't have a chance.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
especially in women football, it's about people. We want
Yeah.
to work together. We already heard it about sponsorships. You don't want the sponsor to get the money in. I want a sponsor to collaborate. What can you do for me? What can I do for your firm? We want to work together. And there's the big difference, and that's why women football, or even women's sport in general, but now we're talking football, has such a great chance because it is different and it needs to be different. And it's not the one owner, it's investment groups,
Yeah.
it's more and more people coming in.
I would say, if I can add on top of that as well, what you tend to see in embryonic leagues, you know, there are several of the women's leagues around the world that are very embryonic and some that are a little more established and mature than others. In embryonic leagues, you tend to see owners that are very passionate advocates for the sport that have a little bit of money. As those leagues get more and more sophisticated and the risk profile sort of lessens in the fact the governance is starting to be addressed, which is often, you know, not addressed in early leagues. And you start to see, I mean, the NWSL is probably the third iteration of football. So once you start to see a league that has really started to establish itself and come out, then you start to see, and this is what you're seeing in the NWSL, is those maybe less sophisticated, more passionate owners start to sell out. And the companies, the private equity companies, the high net worth individuals with the deeper pockets come in.
Yeah.
And you start to see that change in profile, and that's definitely what we're seeing in the NWSL at the moment.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I can shed some light on this as well. So, I do a lot of work within the asset acquisition due diligence space, and for a lot of what we see is exactly that trend. But that's business as business. I think what we're now starting to recognize is business, sport as business, and that brings with it a whole raft of changes in behaviors, but also opportunities to do so. So, you are seeing the same level of diligence being applied. Who are the people involved? Easy question. Let's talk about the numbers. Let's talk about what's going to happen next when we get in here. What's a 100-day plan for implementation? How do we fix the business or repair or do whatever needs to be done? And then how do we exit, which is still part of the conversation. And we have to keep commercial reality on the table if we are going to start to attract the right levels of investment to come through. Also within that same tone is you are seeing a breed now of I call them philanthropreneurs. You heard it here first. Because that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking a risk, but hopefully if it makes money, then they are an entrepreneur. But if it didn't, they're a philanthropist. And let's go with that. But they're treating it very much like they would any other investment. And I think that that's exactly the mentality we need to start getting into. And why women's football? Because of quite a number of reasons. It's actually not required that women football just adopt what the men did. We have a blank slate. We can copy from others, or we can start from scratch, or we can build what needs to be built. I love the collaboration in this room. Not just this room, in this entire industry, across women's sport. You're absolutely right. I fully agree with you. People come in here going, I want to be part of women's sport. Not, how do we make sure Pepsi isn't here, but Coke is? And no offense to Pepsi or Coke. I'm looking straight at the camera and saying this. This is just an example. But I need to put my disclaimers as a lawyer. There we are. And thirdly, I would say is that we are, and this is now where I turn back to both of you again. We're seeing investment coming in. You talked about a 3-year exit cycle. We're still thinking very heavily on exits. Are we entering an age where ownership is actually a matter of pride? So what I'm talking about is a sports club going to be a trophy asset, or is it still going to be seen as an investment? I don't put this as a good or a bad. I put this as a possibility of how we see capital moving now, and whether there's something to be leveraged from a longer-term investment versus a short-term investment, whether there's something to be leveraged from an individual versus an institutional. And I think there's positives to all of it, but I would just like to hear from both of you. Ari, can I start with you first?
Absolutely. That's really my topic where I'm home at. I can talk a lot about it. So just what comes in my mind is there are so many variations. When we talk about America, we talk about big money ownerships and so on. When we talk about Europe, it's so different. Even when we talk England compared to Germany, right? So you have different models that are there. Is it a nice thing to have? I still think so. I still think there are people out there, oh, I would love to have a women's team just because it's chic right now. Which is okay, because if you want to have it, you still really have to be invested. You can't just come in and have it. So that's kind of working. But you also have these small investors, the groups coming in. You have those who believe in, maybe in 5, 10 years, I'm going to make big money out of it. And I think it's more and more people coming in. But those who first started, they didn't see it as much as a business model. They were like, there was passion and so on, and said, maybe I get out with a plus minus nil. But more and more people coming in. And same for me, when I first started, I was like, I even put some of my own money in, because as most players, you're here as well, we are there, we want to give back to the game. We, even though we not made the biggest money, but we want to get back. And more players, Alex Morgan has a foundation, and you could name so many. But during the course of it and getting to learn more about business, what is a startup, what does it mean, how can we create revenue, I realized, oh, wait, maybe in 5, 10 years I can actually get money back. And that's me, who had no clue about it. So there is a big chance to do so and make it a business. But since this is women's soccer, you said it, we don't want to copy men's football. It's a different product, and they've done a lot of mistakes. We shouldn't make the same mistake. It's a different kind. And I hope that women's sports and women's football never comes just a business case.
Agreed.
Because women's football is about the people, the passion, the whole experience. So it is a business part, a part of it, but it's more about the whole thing. And that's the biggest difference, and important for me to get out.
I'm going to make the question harder for you now because of what Ari just said.
Yeah, well, I think it's really fascinating. There are a couple of things you picked on. I want to go back to your point about...
So, Ollie, before you do, so I'm going to add to your question.
Okay.
Women's football is one investment, but you talked about all the other sports you work with.
Yeah.
I'm someone with, hypothetically, $1 million, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I have some money in my bank account. Why am I investing in women? Why am I not investing in NFL, MLB, anything else?
Yeah. So there's a very multifaceted. The first thing is, if I have a client now that's investing in the NFL or the NBA, they're likely not going to double their money, if we're looking at purely an investment standpoint. But we all know that, you look at year-on-year growth of enterprise valuation in women's football team is 57% in the last couple of years. The league average in the NWSL is 104 million. Angel City's 250 million. We all know people in this room that got in very early and invested and acquired franchise licenses for sub 2 million and sold at, excess of 50 million. So in terms of return on your investment, you're likely to be able to, maybe the 25-time investment's gone, but maybe the 10-time investment still, return on your investment's still there. I would say, Ari, unfortunately, the moment private equity companies get involved, it's a business. And, you look at the
Absolutely,
NWSL
and
now.
it's going to be a business, but it can't just be just a business.
I agree.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I think the good thing about, if you look at the NWSL ownership structures now, you have often entrepreneurs or finance people at the top. We're kind of running a startup league with startup teams here. And it's a different mindset. In 60 years ago, it was the local, haulage company or, print guy in the city that owned the club. And, it's a different business model, I think. And teams reflected that. Team business reflected that. I think now we're looking at more of a startup. But also when you look at the ownership groups in the NWSL, every single one of them has either an NBA, an NFL, or NWSL player on there. Pretty much every single one of them has a music artist on there. Pretty much every single one of them has an actor on there. And so we're seeing these people that want to invest in something that they can give back to, that they can connect to their fans through. They can maybe leverage their brand to help get a return on their investment from the team. And there is a passion for the sport. But it's almost a more sophisticated investor that's walking hand in hand with that. They're taking a quieter, more sort of back seat in the profile and letting the actors and the musicians and the athletes take the front headline. But they're not necessarily running the business. The PE or the finance guys are running the business.
Yeah. But I think that also speaks to, I was hearing some of the panels this morning actually talking about sort of the voices in sport, right? Like it's actually all, it goes into the same interplay. We're seeing, from my perspective, we're seeing new business models and how to do business when it comes to women's sport. So I was talking to somebody recently and said to them, well, they were very keen on getting a broadcasting contract from one of your major broadcasters for the sport. But if you look at e-gaming, Twitch is a good example of a platform of e-gaming. There are far more users on there than there are ever viewers in the history of this broadcaster. And that's real time today.
Yeah.
And so we're in a space where we don't have to model it based on what was. And that allows for so much more.
And we shouldn't model it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is where it comes in, right? So if I'm an actor coming in right now, I won't just be invited in because I'm an actor, which may have been the case in the past. It might be that I stand for something, or I have stood for something, or I behave in a fit into facilitate to accommodate some of those challenges. So I know we've had a fairly Western experience on the panel here, but I'd love to be able to talk about some of the learnings that we've had along the way. Can I start with you, Ari?
Yeah, but tell me the real question again, because you said
So,
a lot, but I'm not sure what
the
you
real
want me
question
to talk
is,
about.
I would like to talk a few minutes for developing markets, emerging markets, and where owners have a role to play, not just for women as women's football, but women as women, bringing them into certain conversations, especially in jurisdictions where women still don't have the same level of freedom or access as we might see in the West.
Yeah, I think but when we're talking Middle East, and I think the first country we have in mind is Saudi Arabia, because they also invest in women's soccer now, and everybody says, should women go there or not? It's a big topic of conversation. I think these owners or investors, they come from within the country, right? They are not outsiders. So you don't have the Americans coming into Saudi Arabia buying a soccer club. So, of course, they are already there to say, let's make a change. I haven't talked to any of the owners in Saudi Arabia, but from my outside perspective, it makes sense. They want to transform the country and open up to the wide. So how are you going to transform it? You can't have your old rights against half of the population. You can't be against women anymore. So you have to open up. And they learned it, and now they're bringing them in. In what speed? That's not even a sprint compared to a marathon anymore. That's I don't know, that's the bullet train, right?
Yeah.
Is it good or bad? It's different. And we only know in the future if it's good or bad, but it's change. And I think change is always important.
Agreed.
And I think it's a chance. And yeah, especially talking women football in Saudi Arabia, through football and soccer, we know the intention that Saudi Arabia has to even support women's soccer, but we can create change. And that's so often, especially in women's soccer, just due to the fact playing it, we change so much. We heard about projects in Mexico, what's changing over there. We can generate money, and due to that, we change a whole society. It's really black and white talking, I know. It's really colorful what I'm painting, but I think it's an awesome chance, and we all know that if we go into war and we have a football pitch and we have all these enemies on the pitch and we just throw a soccer ball in, what's going to happen? They're all just going to enjoy a good game. And that's why football and women's soccer has the power and chance to change, and even in the Middle East,
I think if you look through history, sport has always provided a platform for change. When you look at rugby in South Africa and the abolishment of apartheid, rugby played a critical role in rebuilding that country. And I think, you go back to the actors, and they're using NWSL teams as a platform for their social message. And I think you look at Saudi Arabia and Asia, it's providing a platform for change. Yes, we have to be careful. There's a fine line there with sport washing, and there are rightly questions going to be asked. But it is a platform that the right people and the right owners taking the right responsibility and being accountable can really change the whole face of a country. It takes time, as you said. On the one hand, the investment's in there and it's faster than a sprint, but the pace of change is still going to be slow. It's still got to be patient. There's still going to be an evolution.
Yeah, I mean, I come from Pakistan originally, and I can speak for there. sport is probably the one social unifier across the entire country. Not politics, not everything else. It comes down to sport. And it's because it's so easy for a child or an adult as well to just find a ball, any size, shape, doesn't really matter, and kick it, throw it, do whatever they want with it. And I think that's such a powerful tool. The way I said this over lunch today, actually, I was speaking to somebody, and I said, for me, as a sustainability specialist, someone who starts from the point of social good and human rights, for me, the reason why sport is so important is because it is always doing social good, 24/7, 365 for somebody out there. And we just got to try and unlock what that means. And I think we're now, when I look at the people gathered today over here, and I look at the room, the caliber of individuals here, the passion that they bring to this space, I think this is the time for us to be collaborative with them to help them figure out exactly how they can each add or contribute to catalyze this conversation further. My experience in Pakistan has also been that when we look at women over there, if you gave them a chance to play, and I'm saying play in the widest possible terms, right? It could be a sandpit. Just give them a chance to play. You see an entire new generation show up ready to participate in society. And I think it's so important, again, that we try and remember that it's not just about the cash flow that comes through this. As much as I agree with you, when private equity gets involved, it is a business. And if it's not a business, it's not going to attract much attention. But it has such a powerful role to play at a personal level for so many people around the world that it's one thing that I think, even as investors and as owners, we need to be much more aware of, and we need to be much more alive to.
And I hope with that and through that, look, private equity is always going to be about money.
Yeah.
But if we can tap into that money and help the private equity funds, talk about their ESG personal goals and talk about their sort of drive for social change, it can benefit them as well.
Yeah.
It's not easy because private equity people have a certain sort of approach to the world, right? But at the same time, there is the possibility for change. And I think I look around this room and the individual projects that people have been involved with and the number of lives that's impacted, you can't lose track of that.
Yeah.
You can't lose track of the platform that Glasgow City and the impact that's made to so many girls in that city. You can't lose track of, what Lewis are doing and the impact that's had on the community. So, sport is a platform, and the right owners with that the voice that platform brings can make incredible change.
Love it. So for all my private equity clients out there, you heard it here first, not from me. You need to be talking about ESG. So we've got about 5 minutes left. And I started by saying we're going to give everyone some homework to do. We are the last panel today, so we have the right to give you homework to do. I don't see any notepads. This is so depressing. Come on.
There's one there.
We got one here. There needs to be a record somewhere of this. I'm going to give you the floor, Ari, first. What is the one thing that you'd be asking everyone in this room to try and think about to do? We're going to be meeting here in a year's time. We're going to be having the same conversation. Hopefully not, by the way. We'll have an elevation of this conversation next year. From our perspectives, I just want to take the moment to share with people what we think might be a helpful focus point for the next year so that people have something to think about, take away with them. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm sure
related to ownership, or?
It can be. If you'd like to go further, go further. Do we have the report next year? Yep. Before you attend, before you buy a ticket, they're going to ask you, did you achieve your goal? And you say no, they'll put you at the back seat.
It's less of a homework. I think the beginning of your question to me was, what would you ask anybody in this room?
Yeah.
And I would literally just ask, so where are you standing right now? I know from a few people what they're doing right now, and then I'm sure that at least 75 to 80% are going to tell me a positive story because women footballers keep on growing. But let's be realistic. Some of them are going to be like, no, I had a setback, or I had to get out of that, or I'm not involved anymore, whatever reason. I think the reason why everybody in this room is here is to push forward, to reach something. But we also all know it's not always like this. We're going to have setbacks. So maybe some are reporting, no, this was the worst year ever. But guess what? I'm still showing up. I'm still getting the passion in. I still got the energy, because we still got energy, right, even at the end of the day. And just keep on moving forward. And I think what is also important, we have a lot of like-minded people in this room, a lot of starters and really showing the passion. But we need those with the money, with the power to really change them, to get them in this conversation as well, because as much as I would love to talk to all of you, but if you just stay in this small bubble, we're not going to change. We need other people. We need the big people with a support system. So this is what I'm hoping that we can talk about next year.
Thank you.
I'm going to build on what you've said there then. So to bring other people in to support the community that's already existing, my challenge to you for your homework is to really get clarity on your message. What is your vision as an organization, whether it's a team, whether it's Her Game 2, whether it's an agency business? What is your vision? What is your mission, i.e., what are the key things that will underpin that vision? What are your objectives? How do you know that you're making the steps in the right direction? What are your values? What do you stand for? And by being able to communicate that in a really concise, clear manner, you will then be able to reach out to people outside the community, bring them in so that they provide the services and skills and resources that we desperately need to grow the game further. If that message isn't clear, then it's very difficult for people to rally behind what you're asking.
Thank you. I agree with both of those.
What's yours?
Mine will
What's
be,
your homework,
Yeah. Buy our tickets for next year. Show up here. Block it in your calendar. No. Mine would be, I think, for me, what I would say is I'll put it in the positive. I'd like everyone to start thinking a little bit beyond just your own territories. I'd like you to think about ways that anything you've learned, anything you've done that can catalyze this conversation in a market or for people who don't have the same opportunities as we might have sitting here today. Anything that's scalable, replicable, bring it out. Please share it with everybody. This is a space for collaboration, and I'd like to be able to take to those people, and not just me personally, I'm hoping everyone would like to take to those communities and to those regions and those parts of the world opportunities for scalability. I just think we're so intelligent in this room with what we've learned, what we've experienced, and many who are starting out are going to have to go through those same pitfalls, and if we can help them avoid it, that helps everyone over here. So that'd be my one plea to everyone else.
Can I tell us a little story, quick story on the back of that if I've
Only
got half a
because Ed's
minute?
walked out the door, so he can't say anything now, so go for it.
So I was doing some due diligence for a client. We were looking to buy a team in a different league. And so I was calling all the owners and the execs in the teams in the league. And the reason I advised that client to acquire a team in that league was because conversation after conversation after conversation, the execs and the owners in that group were saying, we work together from Monday to Saturday and we compete against each other on the field on a Sunday. And I think that builds on exactly what you're saying. A rising tide lifts all boats. Yep. And if we work together, we can be really powerful. But we still need to win. And so you can win on Saturday or Sunday, but let's work together to sort of win as a community the rest of the week.
Thank you. So with that, I've been David, you've got Ari, you've got Ollie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mario.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys. Well done, man. Thank you, David, Ari, and Oliver. Wonderful way to close. Marios, before we finish and take our annual photo.
That's right.
A few words, a few thank yous.
Absolutely. I'm looking here because I keep getting messages from around the world of people who are watching and people who are sending their greetings from different countries. Well, listen, this has been an incredible fifth Athens Women's Football Summit. Iousilos Doumazatos and I are incredibly honored and moved to have all of you here coming from around the world. There were many who wanted to be here, who needed to be here. But it just didn't work out at the last time. I'd like to bring my team up here also. Come, Jim Gooley, Ed Bowers, Perline Feng, Alessandro Cracco, come up here also. Okay. Of course, there's Sean Osimbo is not here right now, but Michael Saunders, they've played a big role. Of course, Ed, where are you? Okay. Iousilos Doumazatos is is right now on his way, so hopefully we could get him in here in time for the meeting. I'm very proud of these people. Betty Tufariello has been a great help. David Alfrey, so many great people have been part of this family over the years. And of course, and I should also mention Lilith Agayanian, who is in Armenia right now. So it's a family, it's an international family here. Our sponsors, Labella, thank you very much, Christian and Brad, for being part of this. That's massive. Of course, the EBU, thank you again. Incredible work going on to bring the game to everybody. Of course, here's Vivian. Come on up here. All right. We also have Forza Clubs. That was amazing to learn about that. Prime Time Park, and you know what? And so many others that we have. Sport Time, and it's just amazing the group of people and the organizations that have come together. The clubs. I won't list them right now because I will forget someone. And but always Wolfsburg is there every year. I do have to say that. And listen. Thank you, everybody. Let's do this together. Next year, there are going to be multiple events. Come to these events. Let's work together to grow women's football in the healthy way that we believe in an independent way we believe in a way that aligns with the true values of women's football, with its unique history, with its incredible potential, and celebrates and protects, honors, and empowers the great girls and women who make it amazing. All right, so thank you everybody again for Aisilos Tumazatos and myself and all of us, both here and around the world. Thank you, and let's do this again.
We get a run up. Everyone can join on the stage.
Everyone get a photo. Yes, bring the girls.
Mamma mia. Sì, ma alla fine loro fanno le foto e poi alla fine aspetta un attimo e fai verticare un video.